Good evening, Council, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a little past 6, and we really should start on time. So this evening, right at this moment, and for some time after this is not a council meeting. This is what we call a public hearing. The purpose of the public hearing is to hear a presentation from staff as to what the application is that is subject to the public hearing, followed by any questions of clarification that council may have of staff in that presentation, followed by a request from me to you for anybody who wishes to speak to the application. That would be your opportunity to speak. The speaking time is limited to 10 minutes per person. We've had a registration of persons who wish to speak, so we'll take those in order of the list that has been given to me by the clerk when we get to that point. The applicant of course, also has the opportunity to speak. So I will, and one other thing, any member of council who is not here for the public hearing would not have an opportunity to vote on the application. So it looks, we'll take roll call in a second, but it looks as if we're missing one member whom I happen to know is away at another meeting. And that member, when the matter comes for decision before council, will not be able to vote on the issue because they have not had the opportunity of hearing your input at the public hearing. So if I could open the public hearing, I shall open the public hearing, as I do, and now I would ask that individuals around this table indicate their presence electronically so that we can have a record of it, please. Takes about 10 seconds for these things to appear on the screen, and as you see, all members of council are present with the exception of District 6 Councillor Joel Hurtle, who is absent at another meeting. So I'll begin by asking Ms. Laura Mosier if she would present to the public hearing the application to enter into a development agreement to permit a campground at 5734 Highway 358, Scotts Bay. Ms. Mosier, I'll get your light on here, perhaps. Yes, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Laura Mosier. I'm the Manager of Planning and Development Services, and I'll be presenting the application for a development agreement for the property located at 5734 Highway 358, PID 55014534 in Scotts Bay. The proposal seeks to permit the development of a campground on the subject property. By way of background, the subject property...
Excuse me, Ms. Mosier. Sorry, my mic wasn't on, and you're not quite close enough to yours, I think, for the folks to hear, because we can hardly hear you here.
Sure. Yeah. Is that better?
That's great. Thank you.
The property was acquired by the proponent in 2021, and we at a staff level received an application for a rezoning to the commercial recreation or P1 zone in October of 2021 with the purpose of establishing a campground as a social enterprise. You can see on this map the subject property outlined in red. We are in the northeast portion of the municipality up in Scotts Bay. This is an aerial photo of the subject property. We can see that the area is defined primarily through agricultural and residential uses. We see cropped fields surrounding the subject property and houses located along Highway 358. The subject property itself has a lot area of over 98 acres. It is outlined in red on the screen. and most of it is forested at this time. The property has roughly 370 feet of frontage on Highway 358 and has a there are two access points to the subject property. There is one located sort of midway along the frontage, and then there is a second one along the northern, the first northern property line. This is a named driveway called Pengree Lane. It's not a private road. However, there are 3 houses that are addressed off of Pengree Lane. The first is here at 41 Pengree Lane, as well as 2 additional dwellings located here, which is 102 Pengree Lane and 164 Pengree Lane at further about midway back along the subject property. The last 2 dwellings that I mentioned, number 102 and 164, do not form part of this development agreement. And as this is a named driveway, additional subdivision off this named driveway would not be permitted. This is a closer view of the subject property, the primary area that is proposed to be developed through this application. On this slide, you can see the more southerly driveway here with accessory building near the front lot line. Pengree Lane runs along here, and you can see number 102 Pengree Lane and 41 Pengree Lane here. And these are those 2 other dwellings. So these do not form part of the development agreement, and additional future dwellings would not be permitted. When we look at the zoning of the subject property, we see that it's in the rural mixed-use zone, as are all of the properties surrounding it, which is located within the agricultural designation. And the purpose of this development, a campground is not a permitted use in the rural mixed-use zone. And so staff received an application to change the zoning on the property initially. And had we proceeded with that application, this would have been the policy we would have used. That is a little bit difficult to see on the screen, so I'll just let you know what the criteria we would have used to process such an application. So this policy indicates that within any designation, including the agricultural designation, council can consider rezoning properties to the commercial recreation or P1 zone. And in evaluating those proposals, council's meant to ensure that the property is not within the agricultural zone, the A1 zone, the Lakeshore Residential or S1 zone, the Lakeshore Limited Development S2 zone, or the Environmental Constraints O1 zone, and that it meets the minimum lot area and minimum lot frontage requirements for a commercial recreation P1 zone, and it meets our general criteria outlined in section 5.3. And staff would have been comfortable making a positive recommendation in this regard, and were council to approve such an application, we can see that within the P1 zone, campgrounds are a permitted use, and they would have been subject to the following lot requirements, including 40-foot front yard, side yard, and rear yard setbacks. And it should be noted that within those setbacks, we're not intended to see, generally setbacks apply to buildings, but within the P1 zone, we have additional regulations that require that no activity occur in those setbacks, including campfires, walking trails, and the like. So staff would have been comfortable at the end of the day recommending that rezoning. However, when we took the application to public consultation, we did receive significant public feedback with regards to matters related to traffic and infrastructure, pedestrian safety, pollution resulting from septic systems, pollution on the nearby salt marsh, impacts on neighboring wells and septic systems, negative impacts on agriculture, including a loss of agricultural land, trespass onto neighboring farm properties, and increased risk for avian flu. We also heard about potential negative impacts on property values, an increase in noise and light on the subject property, and an increased number of people on the beach. In order to provide the public with additional comfort related to this proposal, staff and the applicant agreed that a development agreement may be a better way forward because it enables council to apply greater control over the uses and where they occur on the subject property. We have the ability to increase required setbacks and buffering, and we have the ability to include phasing and timing within a development agreement, and none of these options are available through a rezoning. So what is a development agreement? It is a legal contract between council and the property owner that enables the development of a use that is not currently permitted on the property. It allows council to exercise more specific control over the use, but also over the character, form, and maintenance of the development to minimize and mitigate, not eliminate, potential negative impacts. The ability to enter into a development agreement is outlined in the Municipal Government Act and requires that that ability to consider entering into a development agreement be outlined in both the land use bylaw and the municipal planning strategy. And the municipal planning strategy also needs to specify the types of uses to be considered by development agreement, the eligible locations, and the criteria to be used by staff in making a recommendation. With regard to this proposal, when we go to the land use bylaw, we find in section 8.4.5 that council is able to consider visitor-oriented developments within the mixed use or A2 zone, and it directs us to policy 2.5.13 of the municipal planning strategy, which is going to specify the uses, the locations, and the criteria. So we see in the policy that it enables council to consider a visitor-oriented proposal. This is able to be considered in all designations, but not the agricultural A1 zone, but it is permitted in all other zones in the agricultural designation. And the criteria to be used, so the type of use would be a visitor-oriented use, and the criteria that council are meant to consider and that staff are meant to consider in drafting our recommendation is to ensure that the proposal is truly geared towards the traveling public or visitors to the municipality, that the subject property has an appropriate lot area, and that site facilities are buffered or separated from surrounding residential dwellings to mitigate impacts from noise, light, and other visual impacts. And in this policy as well, we're meant to consider the general criteria found in policy 5.3.7. So with regards to these criteria, staff are satisfied that the campground will serve the traveling public or visitors to the area. With a 98-acre lot area, staff are satisfied that the area is appropriate. And through the development agreement, we have required additional separation and buffering from neighboring residential dwellings to mitigate negative impacts. Policy 5.3.7 outlines general criteria that are intended to be considered through all planning development or planning applications. However, the jurisdiction for some of these criteria does not fall to the municipality in terms of approval. Staff do consult with those authorities having jurisdiction on these criteria to ensure that their own regulations can be met within this proposed development. So staff are intended to ensure that the proposal meets the intent of the municipal planning strategy, and we did see that this type of use is enabled within the municipal planning strategy. So it does meet the intent, that the proposal does not conflict with any provincial or municipal programs, bylaws, or regulations, and staff are satisfied that that is also true. It's not intended to generate any negative financial impact on the municipality, and staff do not believe that will be the case. Staff are meant to ensure land use compatibility, and staff are confident that through the additional restrictions we have written into the draft development agreement that land use compatibility can be maintained. It's not intended to create any traffic hazards or congestion, and this jurisdiction falls to the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, who has issued an access permit for the proposed campground in the southerly entrance that we highlighted earlier in the presentation. We're meant to ensure that there is adequate fire protection, and staff did consult with the Canning Deputy Fire Chief in this regard, and we did hear that fire protection services were adequate. We are also meant to ensure that there's adequate water and sewer services. In this case, where it's a rural property, the jurisdiction for both wells and septic systems falls to the Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Climate Change. are not meant to have any negative impacts on negative farming operations, and we are confident that with the additional restrictions we have written into the draft development agreement that the applicant has agreed to, that the negative impacts on neighboring farming operations will be minimized and mitigated. And we're also meant to ensure that the site is suitable, and staff are confident that the site is suitable. By way of summary, the development agreement enables the development of a campground in 3 different phases. It limits the total number of campsites to 100 sites and includes a maximum number of sites within each phase of the development. It also provides timing for the different phases of development. So phase 1 can occur at any time. Phase 2 can occur once a commercial septic system that is approved for commercial dumping is installed. Phase 2 can occur, and following within 5 years, phase 3 can occur, and we'll go over the locations of those different areas. We have required an increased setback. So if you recall, when we looked at the zone requirements for the P1 zone, the setbacks were all 40 feet. We have written in a 75-foot setback and have required vegetative buffers within that setback, as well as signage indicating that access to these areas is prohibited. The development agreement regulates parking and prohibits the development of water features, including a swimming pool. This came on the advice of an agricultural expert who indicated that open bodies of water tend to attract waterfowl, which tend to carry avian flu. I would also point out, I meant to cover this off in the previous slide, that we did consult with the Department of Agriculture on whether there is any known impacts on farming related to campgrounds, and they had indicated that they do not have any guidelines or restrictions in that regard. We also consulted with the Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Climate Change around neighboring wells, because we did hear about the potential negative impacts on other wells, and they were not aware of any water issues in the area. Sorry, back to the summary of the DA. Finally, the DA enables the development of a local commercial use that could be a retail store, a restaurant, a personal service shop, or accessory uses to the campground. So on your screen, we see the proposed site plan for the proposal. We see phase 1 located near the front of the property. Phase 2 is a little bit further back, so this phase can be developed once a commercial septic system is installed, and phase 3 is, again, further more towards the front of the property, and this could be developed within 5 years. There is the ability also for backcountry camping. This would only be tenting. This would not include RVs or cabins or any other structures, but this would be very low impact camping with no additional vegetation removal. Here we are in our process for a development agreement. We did receive a complete application in 2021. We did hold a public information meeting. Staff have conducted our review. We brought this forward to the Planning Advisory Committee in March and had initial consideration at Council on April 2nd, and here we are at our public hearing. Following the public hearing, Council will give the application final consideration, at which point we will post a notice. If they approve, we'll post a notice in the paper notifying the public of an approval, and if they refuse, we will notify the applicant within 7 days of the refusal, and at either of those points, a 14-day appeal period will begin where the decision of council can be appealed to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. And with that, all of the properties within 500 feet were notified of this public hearing, and we did also advertise it in the newspaper twice in the newspaper over the last 2 weeks. With that, all the statutory requirements of this application have been met, and I would pass it back to the chair for comments from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Before you leave us, does anyone at the council table have a question of clarification for the presenter? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Laura. This property is over 98 acres. Was there any attempt to minimize the loss of A2 farmland?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Allen, the A2 zone permits tourism development. It doesn't require that the policies do not speak to minimizing the loss of farmland. So no, it was not the applicant's intention to clear more land to enable the campground. She wished to use the land that was already cleared.
But it doesn't limit it to a certain percentage of the 98 acres.
It does. Through the site plan, we've identified the phasing. Any additional camping on the forested lands to the rear would be very limited in nature in that they're not serviced, there's no amenities, it is truly backcountry camping.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of clarification? Seeing none, then I look to the public present to arrive at the mic in the order in which they've registered, and I have that list in front of me, so I'll call upon them as they appear on my list. And once again, I don't need to remind you, you're all civil people. You've always been civil, and during our discussions, I'd ask that it remain that way. No heckling of any speakers, no applause of any speakers. I'm sure that there would be competitions in that regard if it started off that way. So first of all, I'd like to call upon Miss Julie Scaling, who is the applicant. Miss Scaling, are you here? The table, folks will be coming to this mic. There's a small computer there so they can see what's being put on the screens and they don't have to look up. The other thing I might say is the table has a button on it that moves it up and down if there's a height issue, someone's too tall or a little shorter. And I remind everybody about the 10 minutes. Ms. Scaling, when you're ready. Excuse me, I haven't turned your light on. There you go.
Hi, I'm Julie Scaling. I live at 3099 Highway 358 in Canning. Mayor Matart and councillors. I just here just for some clarification. I have spoken before on my position as a developer, so there's things that I'm not going to repeat from the last time, but there has been a few points that have come up that I would like to clarify. That's why I asked Laura if she would put this up. There was a concern about campfires and about how that may affect the livestock in the area. So I thought it would be good just to look at the geography of where the campground is. So I just want to kind of point out where right now kind of the southern border of where the phase 4. So Laura, are you able to point out that for me? And it's and probably showing where the community hall is in location and the children's playground, because I know that's just something I just want to show that. So on the southern border of phase 4, that's where the proposed new chicken barns will be going along that edge. In the upper left corner, there are some chicken barns that are active. And across the road from the driveway to where the development is, there are chicken barns, but my understanding is they haven't been active for many years. If the church is about where the red mark that says 358, and across the road from that is where the Huntleys have their smokehouse. And then immediately across is where the Cape Split farm is, where the horses are. Then to the lower part of the screen is where the active chicken barn is right now for Cape Split Farms. So this is why I'm kind of giving you some orientation that if campfires are a concern where the campground is proposed to be, and how that may harm the horse industry. I just kind of want to point out that the smokehouses are directly across the road. The wind does blow from the west, and I think I understand that the chicken barn is also heated by wood heat. So I just want to bring that up, that if the additional campfires are the problem, then I just think that maybe there's a bigger concern with all things that are creating fires and smoke in the area, if that's a concern. So just a few other points of clarity. At the last meeting, Teresa Steele did stand up and say that in her words, our family is talking to the Scaling family. So I thought that raised a few questions. So I am going to, again, be open and honest about conversations that in April of last year, Lindsay did contact me, and we did meet after we had a public meeting that Jeff and I held to inform the community about our campground proposal. That's when she spoke of her plan to have 5 chicken barns that would border our property. And this was the first that we had heard of it. And she reported that she wasn't concerned about sort of the phase 1, 2, or 3 because they're far enough away, but it was a concern, the phase 4, because it was too close to where she was planning the barns. She also proposed at that time that we consider moving the campground to lands just outside of the Scotts Bay community, just before you enter into the formal part of the community, saying that she was confident that the Wilderness Society in Scotts Bay could acquire some land from DNR, and that the, in quotation marks, us, the Scalings, would be able to manage the campground as a social enterprise. So again, first time we had conversations about that. And then finally she explained that there were also some family rifts that have been going on in Scotts Bay before the campground, and that happens in small communities, happens everywhere, but certainly the campground has made that worse. The second meeting that we had was in the spring of March, which was almost a year later, and her spouse and Jeff and I sat down just to kind of go over that a little bit more in detail. And then 2 weeks following that, we spoke on the phone and had some messaging back and forth where we spoke about, or she had a plan of possibly doing some kind of joint venture to develop agritourism, where we, the Scalings, would provide lodging, and that she and various other Scotts Bay societies could engage in an agribusiness for profit structure, but it would also include a social enterprise component. It would model an existing program that's in the US called Hearts of Glass. It's a community-initiated program. It's a social enterprise of greenhouses that's run as a business. And if you want more information, there is a 2-minute video. You just have to look up heartsofglassfilm.com. She felt that this model could have benefits to the community without causing conflict. So I'm going to thank Lindsay publicly for coming to talk to us face-to-face, because we haven't had encounters like that. This has been mostly the encounters that we've had with the community. So I hope that in the future that we can have more face-to-face meetings. But to be clear, we're on this path to approve the existing development agreement as it is, and I look forward to some communications for some collaborative work in the future. So I'd like to ask the councillors and Mayor Matart for your support. And just to think for yourself that, did the development agreement meet all the criteria to get to this stage? Did the municipal planners do their job in making sure that all the boxes were ticked? Were relevant complaints and concerns answered with supporting documents and appropriate authorities? Do you feel the campground has potential to benefit hundreds of people with a focus on inclusion, acceptability, employment opportunities for people with various abilities? If the campground is not successful, do you feel that the land can be converted back to agriculture land with very little impact? Do you have faith that we can aid the community with growth? Do you believe the reason it took 2.5 years is evident from the sheer volume of complaints and reports related to this project? And finally, thank you to those who came today, who spoke publicly in the past and present, who sent letters, emails, phone messages in support of the campground. And thank you, Mayor Mattard and councillors, for your tolerance and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scaling. 1 minute under your time. Now please, you know, it's wonderful that you appreciate whoever it is that speaks, but I asked at the very beginning that we not do this because it becomes a competition. Thanks. So sorry to be so sterile about it. We can celebrate and shake hands out in the hall. So the next person I have on the registration list is Mr. Jeff Kelly. Mr. Kelly? Nobody should feel that they have to run to the mic. Your time doesn't start until you start to talk.
It's okay. I doubt I'll be 10 minutes.
All right,
but
Mr. Kelly, please
you can
proceed.
always yield time
Mr.
to
Kelly,
others.
could you just identify yourself?
Sure.
And
My name's Jeff Kelly. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Flower Cart Group located in New Minas, 9503 Commercial Street, to be specific.
thank you.
Welcome, Mayor Mattard, councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this subject tonight. I'm here tonight to speak publicly in favor of the development of Down by the Bay campground. I just do want to clarify that I'm not speaking for anybody specific or individual client or staff person of the Flower Cart in New Minas. This is an organizational perspective, and the position from the Flower Cart is that we wholeheartedly support this campground's development. Just a couple reminder, although I'm sure many of you are aware of who we are. So the Flower Cart Group provides quality and enhancing opportunities for adults with varying abilities throughout Kings County. We've been doing that for 54 years now and doing it pretty well. We just recently opened up a new facility, and I encourage those that have not had an opportunity to come down and pay us a visit to please do so. You're always welcome. We provide these through programs and services, this meaningful life enhancement and recreation and leisure activities, but also we provide supported employment and real waged employment through our own social enterprises, consisting of a wholesale bakery, contract co-packaging kitchen, and off-site labor contracts that we manage, like the one we have at Michelin. The Flower Cart views the development of the campground as yet another opportunity available to clients that attend our programs and work in our various enterprises to engage in those meaningful life activities that I just referenced above. For example, we could supply the picnic tables available at the campground. Our world-famous washer toss games would also be available for those that are attending and camping there. And it would be an opportunity for the folks that are in our programs to make a meaningful contribution to the social enterprise within the community. When Julie first approached me with her vision a few years ago, I immediately thought it was a wonderful idea. It would be a welcoming space that would support and promote and employ persons with differences, and it aligns with the county's commitment to inclusive communities wonderfully. That's our official position on the campground's development. But I just want to take a couple more minutes to share with you a meeting I had with clients yesterday. So I got together with a group of folks, about 30 of them, yesterday, and we met in our day program area within the Flower Cart. And I let them know what I was going to do tonight. I was going to come to council and support the development of a social enterprise that would be specific to celebrating differences of people and creating lots of opportunities. To To be honest, most weren't aware of it when we started the discussion. But then we remembered last summer we did a little field trip to Canning and Scotts Bay, because we do a lot of community trips out into the various areas. And some of them remembered the signage that they had seen. So a few light bulbs started clicking in. And we started talking about what it would be like to have a place where they could go and have the opportunity to camp with their friends, their family. And also, it would be a place that would celebrate differences and be welcoming and inclusive. So when I asked the question if they'd like to see it built, the answer was an overwhelming yes. But as we were finishing our discussion, one client specifically looked at me and she said, "Oh yeah, I used to go there. I used to have barbecues there. I used to sell some of my artwork there in one of Julie's dad's pop-up stores that were already on the site." And she looked at me and she said, "Jeff, I really miss that." So in closing, I would like to remind the council that this opportunity would be another way to demonstrate to the residents of the county and the province that Kings County is welcoming, it's inclusive, and it celebrates its diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And my third registered speaker is Ms. Nancy Roscoe-Huntley.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, municipal staff, guests, and friends. My name is Nancy Roscoe-Huntley. I'm the co-owner of 5711 Route 358 in Scotts Bay, along with my husband, Oscar Huntley. I'm also co-owner and operator of the Canning Village Meat Market. I wish to speak on the development agreement to permit a campground at 5734 Highway 358. To provide a brief history of Scotts Bay, from records it appears that in 1764, a small group of permanent settlers arrived in Scotts Bay. From that time forward, there's been a steady trickle of new settlers, namely Samuel Ellis in 1784, George Chess in 1792, John Pengray in 1794. But the main arrival occurred around 1830 to 1840, when all the established families, such as the Huntleys, Lockhart, Steele, Tuppers, and Rogers, settled here. These hardy souls forged their existence by cohabiting with the First Nations people. They built sawmills so they could build dwellings and outbuildings. They fished the waters and worked the land to feed their families. They worked hard, long hours, to create the settlement of Scotts Bay, which is a tribute to what we now have in the Bay. They lived peacefully together and built this agricultural community so we can enjoy this beautiful, tranquil, peaceful existence we call home. Today's agricultural land has grown seed potatoes, table potatoes, cabbage, variety of other crops, hay for livestock. Today, we have several poultry producers and a successful horse breeding business. In my opinion, the continuing relentless assault on the agricultural industry for areas of non-agriculture businesses, such as residential housing, commercial businesses, and those of tourism, will continue to erode our agricultural industries and abilities. My husband, Oscar, and I was born in Scotts Bay. He was raised there well over 70 years ago. We purchased our property over 45 years ago. We invested heavily in our property so we would have a secure future, which is now being compromised by this development agreement. In the not-so-distant past, our property was once an agricultural registered farm. We used to raise lambs, turkey, chickens for our commercial outlet, and over the years have let local farmers harvest hay, potatoes, and cabbage. We have since had to give this business up due to failing business. This is a 4-acre agricultural piece of land that could be put in use by the next generation. In addition, I've indicated we own the Canning Village Meat Market, which is an agri-food business. While the majority of our operation is located in Canning, we operate plant number 53, located in Scotts Bay, which houses some of our production area. And if you've heard the proponent note that we do have a smokehouse there. That's one very small building with only operates 3 to 4 days a week. The smoke starts, it stops. It's not 100 campfires, so it's very small. If this campground is established, we'll be faced with an overwhelming expense, minimally $50,000 and possibly more, to keep visitors from coming into this area, which offers a possible cross-contamination of our building. However, we have now decided we are going to stop this production area, and we're going to begin the process of moving our production to the canning shop with a $100,000 electric smoker. So we hopefully will get the same type of product that our clients are used to having. The proposed campground is within meters of our property lines. We can easily view the proposed campsite, hear the noises, and smell the campfires. It is exceedingly difficult to take walks now on the roads, especially on weekends and during the summer. The traffic is fast, and drivers rarely move any distance from passing walkers. It is dangerous. With the expected 100 or more available lots coming to this campground, we face an even larger problem with traffic. A privately commissioned study has revealed some very problematic concerns at the campground location, as you will hear this evening. In addition, this proposal has been very divisive to the community. I believe in this country where we can still have our opinions and objections, we should not be labeled or receive threats or demeaning gestures from passing community members. All opinions matter, no matter how the viewpoint, and they should be respected. Past activities in Scott's Bay have been well supervised, involving family and friends, but I note these were very limited periods of time. Scott's Bay is currently home to 11 Airbnbs, a restaurant, the Cape Split Hiking Trail, and our beautiful beach that hosts many visitors and community members alike. They seek peace, quiet, and possible rock findings. There are also 2 nearby campgrounds, the Blomidon Provincial Camp Park and the Lookoff Camp Park. So why do we need another tourist amenity in our community? In addition, if this proposal is passed tonight, it will be what has been presented previously here tonight. It will not contain many of the verbal inputs put forward to some of our community members by the proponent. It will not be the proposal to push the campground further back in the woods, to turn the proposed tenter camp area into a parking lot, which is very close to our property, and our other issues that the developers say they can resolve. No, this will be gone, I fear. It will be the original proposed campground. The lack of information received to date has only heightened my fear that there is more to this development than meets the eye. The committee I stand with against the campground location were the first to call a community meeting to share what we knew, which wasn't much about the development. But we did our research and investigated many of the proponent agreement plans. At the time of this first meeting, the proponents indicated the municipality of County of Kings Planning Department advised them not to share information on their project located in the middle of our community. I'm not averse to business development in the right place and time, but the scope of this large-scale for-profit campground in the middle of our community is not reasonable to me as well as others who live close by. In fact, many of the community residents have an objection. We have petitions that indicate that more than 1,500 people are not in agreement with this development application. There are signs it's not popular with a majority of the residents. The group formed to save Scott's Bay is not against development, nor is it against assisting those with special needs or abilities. There are other wonderful programs in the area, such as you've heard from the Flower Cart Industries or Brigadoon Village, to name a few. So why is there a need for a large-scale for-profit campground in the middle of our community? There's so much to lose in any matters such as these. I've spoken with other campground owners, and they all say the same thing, that non-service lots, and especially those with tenters, often cause the most problems. We have enough of that on the beach throughout the summer. Fireworks all hours of the night, partying, etc. Now, with 100 or more lots, I fear for what the summers will be like. Even this past April, there are people having fires on the beach using gasoline instead of wood to create a fire, with loud explosions along with fireworks. The week of April 14th, we had 2 outside fires which required the fire department to extinguish. This is only the beginning with the predicted climate change that will make our summers hotter and drier. There is only one way in and one way out of Scotts Bay. Remember last May when the horrific wildfires engulfed our province? One area in particular also housed horses. That was in the Tantallon area. Extreme measures had to be taken to get them out of harm's way, trailering them and even letting some beloved animals run loose because the owners were helpless to do anything. This can happen in our community. Can you imagine what that would do to a barn full of chickens that people depend on for a living in the food supply? We live in an isolated community surrounded by woodlots with one small fire truck to push back any hazards until help can arrive coming up the Canning Mountain, precious minutes and potentially hours away. We have heard from other campground operators who tell us stories of the lack of respect for campers have toward their owners, the owners of the campground. There has been noise, violence, disrespect for fellow campers. We live in an area where it will be almost an hour from the time a call is placed to the RSMP until they can get help. That's a long time to wait when a problem gets seriously out of hand. There are many issues that need to be addressed when development is considered having the population of our community double in size. Will staff be trained to handle difficult situations? The proponents have indicated that those campers will be respectful of the land, pick up garbage, etc. They provide an idyllic spa-type experience for their guests. From my experience, you can't change people. Campers come to camp and enjoy time away from their regular daily lives. They feel their rented lot is theirs while they're using it, and they'll do as they choose. What will happen when they decide to go against the rules and set off fireworks at night? Too bad, the damage has already been done.
Ms. Roscoe-Huntley, is this your last page?
Yes, we all have our dreams, desires, and hopes, which in most cases resolve around a few. But in this case, the developer's dream reached far into the community, dividing, and which will ever change the nature of Scotts Bay. Once the campground is established, there's no going back. Tonight, those of us who oppose to this development will present to you the reasons we feel this agreement should be opposed and ask that you say no to the current campground. I ask that you listen carefully to what they are saying. I note that in your municipality, County of Kings Bylaw 105, Municipal Strategy Document, Section 2.2.12, I quote, "Council shall be satisfied that the proposal will not negatively impact nearby agriculture operation or contribute to undue conflict with rural residents." And in Section 8.4, Rural Mixed Use A2 Zone in accordance with Policy 3.4.19. In the event of a conflict between an agricultural use and a non-agricultural use, the agricultural use shall take priority. I therefore ask for your clarification on this development and reflect if this application will negatively impact several of the agricultural operations in our community, and will it contribute to undue conflict with our rural residents in Scotts Bay, many who live within meters of this large-scale campground. Thank you. I apologize for the long.
Not at all. Just
Thank you.
wanted you to know. Thanks very much for your presentation, Ms. Roscoe-Huntley. Mr. David Taylor.
My name's David Taylor, and I live at 5852 Highway 358, not that far from the proposed campground, smack dab in the middle of the village. I think I'll keep my comments short. I would like to say that my profession, I'm now retired, but it involved listening to others, understanding their situation, trying to be somewhat compassionate as much as I could, and to provide some form of encouragement and try to help them get through their difficult times. I find this a very difficult time, and it's not my responsibility to be there for the community. However, I have served the community before, and in that capacity. And so it's a heartache to me to see the community members, some of which were close friends and some that were acquaintances be in a situation that we're now in. And I think council bears some of the responsibility for the process and the need to re-examine how that process affects human beings who live in a home and try to adjust to the changes in society. So that's said on my part of the concern of what I see happening. At the same time, there are others who have some well-researched and documented presentations to make, which counteract many of the things that seem to be policy for the council to consider in Kings County. I don't envy your job because you have to balance these two things and come up with a decision. So thank you, council, and thank you, Judge Matar, not Judge, but yeah.
Right.
Chair.
Not so lucky.
Chair, yes, well, that's a little humor maybe. So thank you for your time, I appreciate it, and I'll let others take the specific details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Sandra Welton? Is Ms. Welton here?
Good evening, Mayor Matart and councilors. My name is Sandra Weldon. I live at 5852 Highway 358 in Scotts Bay. I bought the house we live in approximately 20 years ago, just to give you a little background. One of the reasons I decided to invest in this community is because it is a rural area and it's agriculture land. My husband and I are both retired from meaningful professions. I have 2 diplomas, one as an elementary school teacher and the other as a registered nurse. As a teacher, I worked at the school for mentally challenged youth in Bible Hill, as well as the Nova Scotia Residential Center. Then I changed my profession, went to nursing, and during that time, I relocated to the USA for a period of about 4 years, where I worked in North Carolina, Connecticut, and Maine. And in Connecticut, I was employed at 3 different hospitals, but one of them was the Yale Hospital in New Haven, held over 1,000 beds. I also worked a couple of stints in Nunavut, in the outport stations in Chesterfield Inlet and Whale Cove. My husband is retired as well, and he had 2 professions as well. He worked with the challenged people in class, and he is also holds his Master of Divinity. He, for a period of time, did a fill-in at the Scotts Bay Church, and has done so once in a while since then. We have both utilized our educations to invest in this community. As I said, David had filled in as pastor, and I have been called on a few times for medical issues that have happened in the Bay, from someone having a heart attack to a serious brain bleed. So we've kind of had a lot of things going on. I know the traffic concern in regards to this development has been researched and reported on by a private company, and they have reported some major concerns and issues identified, including the sight line on the hazardous corner and turn. I have an experience with that sight line myself, and it is one of the concerns for me. I came down the road one time, and not being able to see into that intersection, I almost struck a child who was probably about 2-3 years old, who was had run into the middle of the road. If I had been unfamiliar with that area and had decided to kind of plow my way through, I could very well have struck that child and killed them. And that would be a very difficult thing to live with. There's going to be a lot more traffic there with that campground going in. There's going to be a lot of traffic with the tractor-trailer trucks, the RVs, and nobody being able to see through that corner. The campground proposal put before this municipality is a great idea in theory. The location is what is the cause for the multiple concerns. In my opinion, we, the residents of Scotts Bay, will be negatively affected by this campground, as we continue to be now after 2.5 years. It's been a great stressor. There are 8 registered farms in Scotts Bay, and these businesses hire people from the community. Our community is thriving and has plans for experiential tourism and agritourism. The Wilderness Society and the Community Center are in discussions now. This is the type of development that this community needs and can provide. One of my interests in any rural area in Nova Scotia, but especially in our community, is the environment. Our environment is hurting in Nova Scotia, and with the climate change, it is getting worse. Lichen holds my interest, and moss, of which we have many kinds of in Scotts Bay. There was this past fall a study done on the lichens on Cape Split Trail as well as in Blomidon, and this study was done by Acadia University. There is a great interest in this fungus, and it is important to realize that as lichens enable algae to live all over the world in many different climates, they also provide a means to convert carbon dioxide in the atmosphere through photosynthesis into oxygen, which we all need to survive. Losing lichens could have a profound effect on the ecosystems. They are the dominant vegetation on 7% of the Earth's surface. They also play roles in ecosystem hydrology by retaining moisture. Lichens are used in medications. Usnea is used in respiratory disorders and wound healing, and reindeer moss is used for whooping cough. Less well known is that lichens play an integral role in keeping our natural world working. They provide food, covering, and nesting materials for a variety of birds, mammals, and insects. They also contribute to forest and rangeland water and mineral cycles. What threats do lichens face? They rely on airborne nutrients and water and are incredibly sensitive to environmental changes. This sensitivity hurts the boreal felt lichen, especially in Nova Scotia, and that lichen has declined by close to 35% over 10 years. The boreal felt lichen just happens to have been named the lichen of Nova Scotia. The presence of the lichens in an area is indicative of the health of the environment in this area. Threats to lichen are pollutants and gases. The campground in this area will decrease the lichens that are very important to our ecosystem. Generators being run with fumes we all find so noxious will have their effects. The light pollution will also have an effect. The increase in the motorized vehicles and the pollutants used by campers, such as toothpaste, hairsprays, and cleansers, will have their effect as well, and not any of it is good news. Lichens that have already been identified in Scotts Bay are the thorn lichen, reindeer lichen, which actually takes about 15 years to grow back, sphagnum moss, cushion moss, bracket fungus, and these are just to name a few. With the increased pollution this campground will bring into this delicate balance, there will be many more endangered. Everything connects to everything else. I'm sure you have all heard of the butterfly effect. If the campground goes onto this piece of ag land, that land will never be able to be used for agriculture again. And I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but all of the studies will tell you that once you take and pull up all of the topsoil and everything for a campground or any other thing that is going to sit on that surface, other than agriculture, it cannot be used again. The ecological balance will be disrupted. The pathways the wild animals use across that land will be unusable for them. The silt and drain off from fixing the grade will roll down into the properties of others. The pollutants that end up in the brook will wash into the ponds and the marshes and even into the ocean itself. The noise pollution will affect farm animals as well as the residents. The potential risk of fires could possibly raise the woodlands and the forestry behind. And as you've heard before, Scotts Bay is a one-way in, one-way out. What do we all do if that all goes up and it turns into another of the huge fires that we had last year when it was difficult for residents to get out? If there's one way out, I guess we all go to the ocean. We will never be rid of the garbage on the beach, as many beachgoers will leave something behind, but it will be worse. The smoke pollutant will affect all who live here in one way or another. Those with respiratory illnesses, asthmas, and young children will be affected first, but smoke lingers, and we've all seen it in our skies from as far away as BC. Just to end on a little bit of a personal note, I take care of my 9-year-old grandson when his mom goes back to work. So I pick him up after school, and he is with us every day through the summer. This young man is learning to take care of chickens, learning to gather eggs, learning what plants are toxic, what plants can be used for other things. We have made plantain salve, we have done all kinds of things like that. And he has that ability to, we've planted seeds together, harvested them, we've used what we've harvested in baking and canning, and he gets to experience that. When he runs to meet his mom at the end of the day, he smells of summer, he smells of the sun, he smells of the salt air, and he smells of happiness. The creation of excess noise from morning until day's end is going to be extremely hard on the residents. It's like walking into a sound machine that never gets to shut off. I also have to ask you, should one person's dream, because I know that the developer has said over and over and over again about this being her dream. She doesn't live in the community, and should her dream be allowed to potentially destroy the health and well-being of all of the residents in a community? Should one person's dream negatively affect the businesses that have been established here for decades, or the investments that residents have made in this community? Like I said, she doesn't live in this community. We've all had to give up dreams at one point or another, just because they don't fit. And just because someone has asked you as counselors to make this fit into a box that it shouldn't, doesn't mean you have to do that. I would like you to think strongly about some of the things that this could do to this community, and about how you would like to live amongst that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weldon. And thank you. Yes.
Mayor Matar, we have Equine Vet here that is scheduled to speak later, and she needs to go. Could she come and speak now?
I didn't quite catch the name. What was it?
Dr. Hansen.
I wasn't scheduled to speak. I was planning to speak in the opening part at the end. But I do have an emergency to run to, so I was hoping to say my piece. It's not very long. Promise.
Is council satisfied with taking a speaker out of order? Yes, please come up.
Thank you very much.
If you wouldn't mind just identifying yourself for purposes of the record.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me Let me speak. I promise I won't be too long. My name's Dr. Demita Hansen. I'm a veterinarian. I specialize mainly in large animal, mostly horses, as well as donkeys, but I see all manner of large animal, cows, goats, sheep, pigs, chickens, all sorts of fun things.
It's probably my hearing, but how do you spell your last name?
Hansen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It is my hearing, obviously.
Almost like the band, but without an O. I'll actually read my thing. I'm a native of Kings County, and I own property in Sheffield Mills. As part of my veterinary oath, I'm required to advocate for the welfare of animals, and as a veterinarian, I'm uniquely qualified to assess the risk hazard to health of animals. The purpose of my statement is to outline my concerns for animal welfare regarding the development of a campsite at PID 55014-534 in Scotts Bay, Nova Scotia, based on its proximity to the equine breeding farm located at 5682 and 5698 on Highway 358, as well as the chicken broiler farm located at 5618 on Highway 358. Both of them are owned by Hustle Farms. I do want to state here my conflict of interest. I'm employed by Cornwallis Veterinarians Limited in Kentville. Hustle Farms is a client of Cornwallis Veterinarians. However, I don't think that interferes with my ability to assess the welfare of the animals in the area. My concerns for the horse farm include stress triggers, smoke inhalation, feeding horses by the public, as well as transmission of disease. Horses are prey animals and have a heightened flight response when encountering new stimuli. New stimuli for horses includes auditory stimuli, such as fireworks, loud music, or engines, visual stimuli, such as flapping tents, blowing garbage, flags, dogs, unfamiliar people, or olfactory stimuli, such as smoke or other fumes. When encountering one of these stimuli, a horse has a heightened cortisol response compared to most other species. For a more marked stimuli, this usually manifests in a flight response, often causing the animal to run through fences, which can cause serious to fatal wounds for the animal, which I do deal with quite a bit. For less marked stimuli, we usually only see the physiological implications of the increased cortisol, such as abortion of pregnancy and equine gastric ulceration syndrome. As a breeding farm, Hustle Farms is a breeding farm, the concern for abortion based on the increased cortisol from the ongoing stimuli is a definite concern. In my practice, I have seen injuries up to and including death from marked stimuli, and I've certainly seen my fair share of abortions and equine gastric ulceration syndrome from ongoing medium stimuli. Pulmonary or lung tissue of horses is also very sensitive. Prolonged smoke inhalation can cause irreversible damages to the horses, known as equine asthma syndrome, which can detrimentally impact the horse's future athletic career. The risk is substantially increased for a younger or an older animal. As a breeding farm, there's a lot of young brood stock present, so if they were to develop equine asthma, that would certainly impact the horse's saleability, future athletic career, and such. So the concern for a prolonged exposure to campfire smoke is a considerable one. Horses also require a fairly strict diet. In my career, I have been faced with many horses with life-threatening and often fatal issues caused by members of the public feeding animals things that they should not. Such conditions can include colic, choke, and laminitis. The general public often has very little horse experience, and when they can see horses, often they do like to go and feed them things in a harmless way, but oftentimes road to hell is paved with good intentions, and they don't feed those animals things that they should be eating. As well, we have many infectious diseases in our equine population in Nova Scotia, including equine herpes virus, equine influenza virus, equine coronavirus, and Streptococcus equi subspecies equi infection. These diseases are very highly transmissible by the public and often cause serious to deadly disease in young, old, and pregnant horses. And if people were coming and going, you have more trouble achieving that biosecurity. As I said, I mostly work on horses, but did want to mention the poultry farm as well. Issues for the proximity to the poultry farm include decrease in air quality from the campfires, as well as decreased biosecurity. We do have issues with avian influenza, which is a prominent deadly disease carried by wild fowl throughout North America. And we have had cases of that recently in Nova Scotia. When an outbreak occurs, the standard of practice is to shut down movement, so therefore shut down all movement within, so that you don't have transmission of disease for a 5 to 10 kilometer radius. The proposed site would fall within this radius, making biosecurity much more difficult. Thanks for taking my time to listen to my concerns, and I really appreciate you guys letting me speak a little bit earlier so that I can go see a sick cow that just texted me. Well, an owner that just texted me. Cows
Thank you,
don't
Dr.
text, in conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, back to the schedule, and I might just say that some of the people on the schedule may also have later appointments. So if there's anybody else who wishes to jump the queue, that we should be considerate of those folks as well. But it's not to say that the people in the room can't consent. Mr. Carter, Jeff Carter.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff.
Mr. Carter, your, just for the purposes of the record, your address, Mr. Carter, please.
My name is Jeff Carter. My wife, Iffy, and I live in Scotts Bay. We moved here from Newfoundland 35 years ago. Our home is on the corner of Wharf Road and Highway 358 within 500 feet of the proposed campground. Our property borders to the west on a hay field, and below that is a salt marsh, and that borders the beach. The beach and salt marsh are accessible elsewhere, but most of the traffic goes down Wharf Road past our home to the south. I have a concern about the expected increase of traffic back and forth on Wharf Road at all hours of the day and night once the campground goes on there. Today, we just have during the weekends and not usually throughout the week. For campground, we expect 7 days a week. If nighttime activity, daytime activity out on Wharf Road. I am concerned for the double S turn on Highway 358. I know of 3 cars and 1 tractor that have come into my property. 2 cars have hit the house before I owned the house, and 1 hit the barn. And since I've been living there, I've witnessed a car leave the road coming into the bay, sail through the corner, through the S-turn, and land upside down on our neighbor's lawn. So those things have happened. Those things can still happen. I have our water supply is a big concern. So will all the lights and noise pollution. Big parties outside. Big parties by strangers outside of our home is a concern. Our safety is a concern. Fireworks on the beach is a concern already, and now we can expect fireworks on our backside with the campground. I'm concerned for my neighbors and their concerns, many of them which is the same as mine. I'm concerned for the wildlife that use that piece of agricultural land. I'm concerned the developers have not asked what happens to the eagles that live in the area of the proposed campground. I'm concerned for the brook that runs past the proposed campsite through a culvert, a pond, and into the salt marsh. Will it be dammed, or will it be used for cleaning up after supper, or to bathe oneself and afterwards the dog? And next day, the kids with fly dope and sunscreens on their skin get to play in it? The planners have said that they had no concern that that water source would affect the salt marsh. But what about all these chemicals that will run down into the salt marsh through this water course? She doesn't seem to have taken that into account at all. If any of those things happen with the shampoos and toothpastes and fly repellents, there would be nitrates included in that, and once they go down into the salt marsh, they could adversely affect the growth of the cord grasses in the salt marsh, and the cord grasses are what keeps the salt marsh being a salt marsh because they hold the soil together. And with nitrates, the growth in the cord grasses would be upward, lots of green grass, but the root systems are made shorter by just all the energies going into the top growth. So the bottom root growth is not doing what it should do. It's not holding the soil together. So sometime in those conditions, the soil would just break away and the salt marsh would just disappear out into the ocean. I have some concern about attracting RVs that on the average weigh as much as an 18-wheeler. And they have a steep drive uphill both ways to get to Scotts Bay. And if that isn't a big enough environmental concern then I don't know what is. And if the price is in gas, maybe it'll keep some away, which would be good for the environment and bad for the campground. I'm concerned the developers are under the impression all the campers will obey all the rules they are given. It's naive to think that, but the developers think it. It doesn't bode well to me to hear it. Developers say the campground will be run like Blomington Park, and if so, some attendants would be carrying sidearms. So does that mean we could possibly have gunplay in our street during the weekends when something serious happens? Yes, it could happen. I'm concerned the sloped and treeless agricultural field the proposed camp would intrude on will have the topsoil removed to level it for the RVs and tents. And I don't think the planners have said that to council, that all this land has to be plowed. It's a sloped land, and RVs aren't going to be comfortable on sloped land, so it has to be all plowed out, topsoil removed, so they can make flat areas for the RVs to sit in. And then they'd be all boxed in them with pressure-treated timbers with all leaking ammonia and down into the ground and perhaps down in, as far in our water supply and then down into the salt marsh. I'm concerned that that field has no shade, and that would mean the RVs cooking in the heat and with having generators running appliances to keep cool. I'm concerned a summer or two of wet and foggy weather could sink a campground, and so could the costs of building it if revenue don't come, if the RVs stay away, because who wants to come down for 2 weeks of foggy weather? I'm concerned for the beach already overused and stressed by climate and tourism. I'm concerned about the invasive species coming to our fields and the garbage that will be strewn about. I'm concerned the developers believe that their proposed campground would just be a recreation of the idyllic extended family camping on a flat shaded piece of ground way back in their childhood, a part of the dream perhaps. I'm concerned the developers won't live in the campground they are asking us to live in, because living in the campground is what we will be doing if the campground goes there. I'm concerned the developers will fail with the campground, and it could be swooped up by one of the multinationals that are trolling online now for struggling campgrounds. And once they get taken over by a multinational, then Scotts Bay answers only to the multinational. We would have no say in anything. We would be lost. I'm concerned developers have not yet recognized other people have dreams too, and that their dreams would be destroyed by a campground being imposed in their lives. I'm very concerned the planners did not convince the developers to use the agricultural land for something agricultural. This is what they were supposed to do as per policy of the manual. And I would expect that that could be more beneficial to the community at large if something agriculture was done on that piece of land, which it really could have been done and still could be done. It would be more environmentally sound, it would be more sustainable, and it would certainly be more attuned to the needs of workers and more rewarding for them than picking garbage for their days. Is what the plan is for mentally challenged, is to be picking up the garbage in the campgrounds rather than something creative and meaningful. The opposition to File 2125 comes near and far from ordinary citizens and from experts in agriculture, traffic, and science. All of them will say that a campground in that location is a bad idea, that the proposal never should have gone past its initial stages. The community should have been consulted, and the planner should have dissuaded the developers from such an idea of a campground in a town on land that would cost a fortune to prepare. The developers want their dream to come true despite any negative consequences to their neighbors and despite so much evidence against such an idea. I thank you for your opportunity to speak to my concerns. I hope that they help you to decide to vote no against the campground in Scotts Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Well, the CAO points out to me that I had inadvertently put a tick beside Ms. Dale Steele-Nikoloff and hadn't given her the opportunity to speak. My apologies. Now is your...
I'm a teacher. I'm used to that from the kids.
And I wasn't a good student, so I'm used to this.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
Okay.
You're just being humble.
You go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dale Steele-Nikoloff. I'm a retired principal and teacher of over 40 years with a master's degree in education. I am very proud to be a resident of Scotts Bay, my ancestral home. I have been recognized over the years for my accomplished volunteer service, coordinating many large community projects involving hundreds of volunteers on each project. Mayor Matart, councilors, and the public, I spent a great deal of time and energy preparing this presentation. Please bear with me as I discuss it in detail. Ms. Mosier stated at PAC that staff are confident that the campground proposal is in keeping with the municipal planning strategy. My presentation will clearly demonstrate that the goals and general criteria in the MPS Policy 537 are not in keeping with this proposal for the following reasons. Firstly, the MPS must ensure that there be no undue negative financial impact to the municipality as a result of the proposed application. One, the amount of garbage generated by a large campground with the potential of multiple times the population of our entire village will increase cost of garbage removal to the municipality and be an added burden to the landfill. Two, having a trailer park in the center of our village will be devastating to property owners by reducing property values substantially. Three, this will in turn lower the amount of income coming into the municipality through property taxes. It would fall short by a long stretch to adding just one commercial property. The residents and property owners have an important vested interest in our village. Four, more money will need to be spent maintaining our roads because of the wear and tear of heavy machinery brought in to develop the campground and the significant increase in traffic that the campground will bring. Five, policing costs will increase with more traffic and pedestrian accidents, as well as increased crime that has been proven to escalate with transient populations, such as break and entry, vandalism, disturbing the peace, and trespassing over private property, to mention a few. Six, the added strain on our medical services as the result of the safety and security issues has to be factored into the overall negative financial responsibility. Seven, the developer has shown in every phase that this proposal is heavily dependent on government grants. The developer posted this on February 26, 2022 on the Cape Split Facebook page. The Scotts Bay Campground has already received $25,000 in a federal grant. We sincerely trust that the mayor and council would agree that our money would be more wisely spent on public projects that would benefit Scotts Bay as a whole versus contributing to the profit of a few in this private enterprise. The MPS states that the surrounding lands be compatible with the proposed application and its potential uses, and that there be no negative impacts on neighboring farming operations. This campground would be located in the center of a large poultry farm and horse breeding operation, and another neighboring poultry farm in close proximity. The risk involved with the ever-increasing threat of avian flu poses a serious conflict to the livelihood of these two poultry farms. There is already a significant food shortage in our world. Our local MP, Cody Blois, stated in Blois Bulletin, March 2024 update, that agriculture is the backbone of our economy in King's hands. Your own municipal policy agrees that if there is a conflict with agriculture, then agriculture must take precedence. Mayor Mattart supports this view on the front page of the King's Time by stating, "We advertise our protection of agricultural lands, ensuring an agricultural landscape for the decades ahead." In the article, "Scientists Sound Alarm Over Bird Flu Mutation," Professor Brown stated that the current outbreak of avian flu carries the risk of potentially turning into a pandemic like COVID-19. We sincerely trust that our elected representatives here tonight would not vote in favor of a proposal that poses a serious threat to public safety, would cost millions to clean up, as what happened in Gaspereau a few years ago, let alone the liability and accountability issues that would be involved. The MPS states that there be no undue potential for flooding. With the uprooting of trees to develop this campground, the potential for flooding is increased. This campground runs steadily downhill to Highway 358. This poses a threat to the several residences near the bottom of the hill that could be adversely damaged. Research proves that there is a significant increase in flooding due to encroaching development. Once you convert farmlands and forest, they permanently lose their natural capacity to absorb water from our rapidly changing rain weather patterns. As well, the extra noise and pollution created by the campground will cause undue stress, negatively impacting the neighboring horse breeding farm. Animal rights associations would agree these animals deserve to have their quality of life protected as well. This farm recently sold an extraordinary colt to the royal family in Denmark that may be trained for the Olympics. What an honor to put Scotts Bay on the map worldwide. In the MPS, it states that there be no undue creation of traffic hazards and congestion. Scotts Bay is already suffering from too much traffic to the Cape Split Provincial Park. The substantial increase in traffic congestion because of the campground will create increased safety hazard to passengers and cars, as well as to pedestrians who regularly walk in our village. The close proximity of the campground site to the public access road to the beach on a precarious intersecting turn presents a dangerous hazard. The Planning Department and Council are well aware of the comprehensive 100-page report detailing this and the money needed to be spent for sidewalks to keep everyone safe. The MPS also states that there be no undue chance of pollution, including soil erosion, as a result of the proposed use. With the removal of trees to clear the land for campsites, it is inevitable that soil erosion will occur. There will be a huge increase in noise, air, light, and land pollution. The noise generated from people with their pets and motorized vehicles meeting en masse will be overwhelming for our small village. Because of the way our little bay is created, like a parabolic bowl, it resonates like an amphitheater, carrying sound for miles across the water. Also, our air quality will be negatively impacted by all the campfires. With more increased people traffic, there will unfortunately be more litter throughout our village, and particularly the beach. The damage to the fragile ecosystem of the tidal salt marshes, home of migrating birds, overwintering eels, spawning fish, and nesting waterfowl, is an environmental concern. Good stewardship of the environment is not just a personal responsibility. It is as well a public value, one of common sense. A healthy ecology is the basis for a healthy economy. The MPS states that there be adequate water and sewer services. Mr. Millard, an esteemed hydrogeologist, has researched this proposed area in detail and proved without a doubt that there will be a negative impact on well fields and other groundwater supplies. Blomidon Provincial Park, in the summer of 2022, had their largest well go dry. Water had to be trucked in a big tanker. If this happens in Scotts Bay, imagine the negative impact on farming and individual wells. And by the way, this proposed Scotts Bay campground has even more sites than Blomidon. The MPS also states the suitability of the site be considered. The sloping grade and the location of a watercourse on the property will negatively impact the integrity of the environment. It will be adversely changed and not for the better in the waterway and on agricultural lands because of the campground. This location in the middle of a large farming operation and in the center and heart of our small, environmentally sensitive, historical coastal village is the worst possible location. Too many of our beautiful coastal villages in Nova Scotia have been ruined by ever-increasing, encroaching development, as seen by the need to create a new provincial government initiative called Our Coast, Our Future. In summary, we have consciously shown in detail that this development agreement to build a campground in Scotts Bay must be defeated because it clearly does not meet 10 of the 12 goals of the general criteria of your own municipal planning strategy policy. Mayor Matart stated in the King's Time Fall 2023 edition, and I quote, "We are fortunate in having a robust municipal planning strategy after 8 years of community consultation. I commend the municipality for their comprehensive time and money spent on this innovative initiative. Rule of law takes precedence in that all governments are legally and morally bound to follow their own policies responsibly as our elected representatives to make sure that they do everything in their power to protect our community's agriculture, environment, and the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens." Mayor Matart said to me in the email before coming to the meeting in Scotts Bay that he understood we would want a consensus from the community. Our informal mayor in Scotts Bay, and I think you know who he is, I don't need to mention names, did that consensus, and it is 80% opposed. This is not one family against another family. It is a developer against a massive majority of citizens in Scotts Bay, the developer for profit and using public funds to do so. This proposal is the wrong thing, wrong place, and wrong time. I would like to leave you with one piece of wisdom given to me by a friend who just happens to be a lawyer. You can ignore reality, but not the consequences of ignoring reality. My family and I wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this important historical decision regarding our beloved village of Scotts Bay.
Thank you, Ms. Steele-Nicolov. Ms. Jess, Scarlett Jess.
Good evening, Major Muttart, councillors, and the public. My name is Scarlett Jess. I currently live in Greenwood, but I own property in Scotts Bay. My family has been in Scotts Bay since the 1790s. Between my husband and I, we have served over 45 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I still serve as a public servant for the National Defence. We bought our land in Scotts Bay over 20 years ago for our retirement dream. Scotts Bay has always been a very special place in our hearts because of its serenity and simple, peaceful way of life. Throughout our careers, it was a light at the end of the tunnel. As you can imagine, in our careers, we've been in many places, many situations that I hope nobody else here has to see. And it was always looking forward to our retirement that helped us get through some of those times. Now that peacefulness that we had hoped for and that the current residents of Scotts Bay currently enjoy is being threatened by the proposal of a large campground that will forever change the face of Scotts Bay. I actually love campgrounds, and in the right place, they are fantastic, but not in the middle of a small community. The serenity will be a memory when the campground, if the campground is approved, bringing large amounts of traffic, noise pollution, campfire smoke, litter, and the possible threat of damage to personal and community properties by this influx of transient campers. The proposed location of the campground is close to the community church, the cemetery, and cenotaph. As a descendant of those buried in the cemetery, and as a veteran concerned for the preservation of our war memorial for our brave, the potential disrespect and vandalism of these properties is worrisome. I, as well as many other property owners of Scotts Bay, feel that our beautiful bay will be permanently and irreversibly ruined by this invasive exploitation of our community for the profit of the few. Thank you very much for your time and for hearing me.
Thank you. Julie O'Malley?
Good evening, Mayor Muttart and councillors and all the people who are here today. My name is Julia O'Malley. I'm a retired registered nurse, midwife and public health nurse. I also have a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing and I have a Master's in counselling. 20 years ago, my husband, Vincent, and I came to look for a retirement home in Scotts Bay. We immediately fell in love with this community and the people of Scotts Bay. It was a quite idyllic and therapeutic place by the sea. It is a hidden gem, and we were very happy to have found it. We decided to invest in a home here and bought our home within a month. We renovated and nurtured our property for retirement. This was our dream come true. We enjoy our home and with regular visits from our 4 children, their spouses, and 7 grandchildren. Scotts Bay is a thriving community with 200 permanent residents of all ages, 75 families who have cottages there. There are 15 young couples living there, 30 school-age children, and 6 babies under 1 year of age at present.
Ms. O'Malley, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you just lower your mic just a bit there?
Lower it down?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. The people who live here, like the unique community and its peaceful, quiet atmosphere. People love the tranquility that Scotts Bay has to offer. People visit here because of what it has to offer. The Government of Canada states, and I quote, "Citizens are experts in their own community. Resident satisfaction is measured by enabling them to participate in decisions about their communities and seeing evidence that there is transparency in regional decision-making. We have not seen this happen. The Planning Advisory Committee have decided, without consultation or communication with the most important stakeholders, the people of Scots Bay, to advance this file without any consideration of the needs of the people of Scots Bay. None of the councillors, proponent, and most of the people who are saying yes to this campground agenda do not themselves live in Scots Bay. The campground will not present any challenges to them. However, the people of Scots Bay will be negatively impacted and it will change their lives forever. The people of Scots Bay will not be able to benefit from the natural environment which is associated with physical and mental well-being, as is well written in the literature. We will lose our freedom to go for walks and cycling, bringing our children for walks in buggies, meeting neighbours and people while out walking and visiting each other. The uncertainty around the campground is negatively impacting the overall health of this community already. We all know the symptoms of stress and how it weakens our immune system. We have been dealing with stress, strain, anxiety, and insecurity for 2.5 years. And in some cases, this has exacerbated underlying physical conditions that people are already dealing with. According to Health Canada, social stability, safety, good working relationships, and cohesive community provide a supportive community that reduces or avoids many potential risks to good health. And this is true. There are couples with young children living in close proximity to the proposed campground and all over Scots Bay. Again, we have 30 school-age children and 6 babies under 1 year of age. It is concerning what these children and their parents deal with if this campground is approved. Trying to get children to bed and get them sleeping all night might be a problem. Adults and children who suffer from anxiety and insomnia will be very much affected by the noise of the campground. The elderly in particular will suffer immensely. Increased traffic prohibit them from being active. Physical activity in the elderly is very important, and decreased activity will increase their cognitive decline, and this can lead to depression. When people suffer from anxiety and depression, they use antidepressants to help them cope. Depression is linked with the use of antidepressants. Use of antidepressants has a high mortality rate for all ages. Use of illicit drugs and alcohol abuse are more common. Pollution. A growing body of literature has demonstrated the negative impact of campgrounds on the environment. The pollution from smoke from fires and barbecues, fumes from generators and vehicles will be detrimental to people with respiratory diseases like asthma, bronchitis, lung fibrosis, lung cancer, etc. Air quality index will be higher and people will not be able to go. I myself have asthma. If this campground is approved, I will have to leave Scots Bay because it will affect my health. General noise from 200 RVs, generators, which will go all night. Today, there are numerous people on CPAP machines, and they go all night. Motor vehicles, people, big gatherings, heavy traffic, campfires and fireworks, not to mention the light pollution will negatively affect the community. Who wants a light shining into their house? Some of the daily activities that couples engage in for healthy living is having daily walks with their young children and babies in their strollers to go to visit neighbours will be curtailed. The increased traffic will pose a risk to school-age children going on and off buses and walking home. I want you to picture this scenario. If this campground is approved, and we already have problems with this already, take a couple walking together with a baby in a buggy or a stroller and holding a child's hand. Then add 2 cars passing each other on the narrow highway 358. Now picture the same couple walking along the already narrow road 358 and a big truck coming along with an RV attached and passes the couple, or worse, tries to pass another car coming in the opposite direction. This is a very dangerous situation for the family of anyone walking on Highway 358. There is only limited space on the narrow road. They are at huge risk of being knocked down, injured, or worse, killed, if this campground is approved. If the council approves this campground, it will be detrimental to anybody walking or driving on Highway 358. If campfires cause structural and forest fires, the campground doubled or tripled the population. How will the community get to safety with one road in and out? The bottleneck will be at the campground entrance. Residents of Scotts Bay will be trapped, and I would be one of the ones that would be trapped, my house above that. This is what keeps me awake at night. This is a huge concern, and it's a huge stress for the people of Scotts Bay. How are we all going to be safe? How would we all get out of the narrow 358 and down the crumbling Stewart Mountain Road? People could lose their homes, their livelihood, and worst, we could lose our lives. One family have decided to leave and sell their property already because of the risk of fire, and we have fires all over the place. They're already starting. It is a concern for lots of people here, especially if the campground is approved. Our home is 850 meters from the proposed campground on the same side of the road. My husband and I lived in many countries all over the world, and I've never heard or seen a campground on somebody's doorstep or in somebody's back door in the middle of a residential community. In closing, I would hope you, Mr. Mattard, and Council, all of you, will take my presentation with all my health concerns and my safety concerns that I have outlined into consideration as a vital part of why this development proposal should not be approved. This is not about ticking the boxes and looking at one side of the story. There's a lot at stake here for the people of Scotts Bay. This is also about 300 plus people who live in Scotts Bay and their families. The campers who come here have no investment in Scotts Bay, so why should they be given precedence over the residents of Scotts Bay who have invested money into this community and pay taxes? Camp Brigadoon in Annapolis County was given millions of dollars by the government for people with various abilities, and we also have the flower card. So why is there a need for a for-profit development proposal for a similar population in Scotts Bay? Why should the residents of Scotts Bay suffer and be impacted by this? Just because the proponent has a dream, has land in Scotts Bay, do not forget that we, the 300 residents of Scotts Bay, have dreams too, for ourselves, for our children, and for our family. I have outlined several possible negative outcomes associated with the campground, and while they may not come to fruition, but remember, even if one of them would, it would be a travesty to our quiet, idyllic community we love. It is our community, and we say no to the campground, and it should be that simple. We, the people of Scotts Bay, do not want a campground in Scotts Bay, as it will destroy our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Malley. Ms. Thorpe? Nancy Thorpe. Just a heads up, after we hear from Ms. Thorpe, we're going to take a brief health break for about 10 minutes. Ms. Thorpe, you go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to need a health break after this too, because I'm not really a public speaker. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Nancy Thorpe. My sister Susan and I are owners of our grandfather's ancestral home in Scotts Bay. Our grandfather was James Harris Thorpe, a renowned shipbuilder, as was his twin brother, our uncle Joseph Thorpe. If you know anything about shipbuilding history, I'm sure those names might be familiar to you. And also, a shipbuilder was our dad, William Thorpe, all of whom all of who were born and brought up in the Bay. Our grandfather's boat shop still stands on our property as testament to the Bay's historical shipbuilding era. I myself have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from Dalhousie and a Bachelor of Education with advanced study in special education from Acadia. The environmental ramifications for the entire village, of which I have listed here a few, which I'm not going to say because we've heard that a lot, have been thoroughly discussed. There are two other issues that I would like to point out. The municipal planning strategy, section 2.5, economic development objectives, states that council shall encourage the development of new businesses ranging in breadth and scale, and encourage and promote opportunities for visitor-oriented businesses. The report to the Planning Advisory Council states that the campground proposal will be consistent with those policies, quote, through the employment of people with limited abilities, unquote. As a high school special education teacher for 36 years and a passionate advocate of neuro and physically diverse persons, I fail to see how the explicit mention of the limited abilities of proposed employees satisfies those requirements any more than persons with unlimited abilities would. Being a part of the employment community is indeed a goal for all, but the distinct lack of any further details as to how this would be achieved for anybody makes the deliberate terminology limited abilities somewhat suspect as to its real intent. Now tonight, we did hear from the second speaker further details on how indeed that would be achieved. And interestingly, just tonight, the terminology has changed from limited abilities to varied abilities, which I'm pleased to see, obviously. Also in section 2.5, the economic development objectives in natural and rural areas are to, quote, facilitate and promote outdoor recreation and ecotourism opportunities, unquote. The report to the PAC regarding the campground proposal reads, although this development may not be completely based on the objectives of ecotourism, the main intention of the development is to provide nature-based tourism. I would like to point out that nature-based tourism is not the same as eco-based tourism, nor does it meet the same objectives. It is my understanding that ecotourism has three vital components: protecting the environment, educating visitors on conservation and protection efforts, and helping local communities stay healthy. I question if the proposal meets any of those objectives. One, protecting the environment. It has been made clear by many experts that that objective is not being met. Two, educating visitors on conservation and protection efforts. That does remain a possibility, but has not been stated anywhere in the proposal as to how that would be achieved. And three, the last component is helping local communities stay healthy. To me, that is the most critical aspect of all. In fact, it has been and is just the opposite. Besides the well-documented negative environmental aspects we have listened to in this and former meetings, the implications of the proposed campground have had a profoundly negative psychological impact on the majority of the present citizenry of Scotts Bay. We believe that our centuries-old, unique, small, peaceful villages, words that you hear again and again from us, has been threatened and that it will be forever changed, perhaps even destroyed, if this proposal is approved. I am sure that you are familiar with the Susie Kassem quote, "Stand up for what is right, even if you stand alone." As you have seen and heard tonight and in previous meetings. I am not alone here. We are all here in shirts and not in shirts, and those who are against this proposal, standing up for what we believe is right for our community. I invite you to take a drive to Scotts Bay one night in the summer or the fall when it's a really clear night, and stop and just look at the sky, because when you can see what looks like every single star in the universe and see the Milky Way, you just are not the same as you were before you saw it. And if you live in an area that you have the privilege of doing that on a regular basis, you will understand even more why we are against acceptance of this proposal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Thorpe. Now, with your indulgence, I want to point out that there are washrooms directly across the hall. We're going to adjourn the public hearing until 10 past by that clock over there. Every clock in the room is different, I just noticed. take our seats, folks, we can begin the meeting again. Thank you for your patience, folks. We're going to begin with the next presenter, who will be Mr. Peter Huntley. If Mr. Huntley would come to the mic, please.
This will
Evening,
be
sir.
brief.
If you just introduce yourself for the purposes of the record and then present as you will.
My name is Peter Huntley. I grew up in Scotts Bay and I'm a longtime resident. I'm retired from the public service and have become a director of the Scotts Bay Community Hall Association and Scotts Bay Wilderness Society. I'm also harbor master for Little Cove in Scotts Bay, which is owned and operated by the Wilderness Society. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself. I don't represent either one of those organizations this evening. I'm against a proposed campground in our community. It may be a good idea, but not in that location. When my son was young, we had a hardtop camper. Almost every weekend all summer long, we went camping and stayed at many of the campgrounds on the South Shore and west end of the province. A lot of good times and a lot of good memories. None of these campgrounds were in the center of a community. They were always off by themselves, where they weren't a nuisance to anyone not enjoying the camping experience. As well, no one wandered on the property that wasn't supposed to be there. To place a campground in the middle of any community, close to existing homes, will only bring about ongoing conflict. A 75-foot setback, I believe, is not only inadequate but ridiculous. It will do nothing to mitigate noise and privacy issues generated from campers. Campgrounds are noisy. I know, I've stayed at enough of them. They're fun, but they're noisy. Children playing all day and the adults playing part of the night. Plus the pets, the AC units running, music playing, etc., etc. The addition of vegetation will only provide a handy place for campers to relieve themselves after dark. It would be immoral to subject existing residents nearby to this. Have a look at South Mountain Park out Trunk 12 and imagine that in your backyard, 75 feet from the property line. Julie Scaling has a dream. But in this location, I believe her dream would become a nightmare for nearby residents. People love Scotts Bay not only for what it is, but for what it isn't as well. I implore you to do the right thing and vote against this campground. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir.
I told you it'd be short.
Mr. Morton, Gary Morton.
Hello, Mayor Muttart, councillors. My name is Gary Morton. I live in Colebrook. I'm a resident of Kings County, and for the past 30 years have worked as an advisor and consultant to the agriculture industry in the Annapolis Valley. I'm here this evening to speak to those who can't make it, the agricultural lands in this county. I'm a former advisor to the Annapolis Valley Farmland Trust, helping to move farmlands under the protection of the trust. I have also prepared dozens of agrologist reports over the past 25 years assessing the impact of municipal zoning changes and development agreements for agricultural lands. Last spring, I was retained by Lindsay Steele of Cape Split Farms to give my professional opinion to prepare an agricultural land use review in regard to this development agreement application, file 2125. To the best of my knowledge, my May 22nd, 2003 report has been made available to councillors. In regard to this development agreement application, I would like to remind the council of some important agricultural points which I'd like to share with you now. The following is offered as my opinion and for your consideration as a former professional agrologist and a concerned resident of Kings County. Between 2011 and 2021, the population of Kings County added 2,879 people. At the same time, according to the Kings County Agricultural Profile by the Federation of Agriculture, the county lost 27,804 acres of farmland production. That's 112 square kilometers. That's a lot of land. Taking into account all types of agricultural land, it takes approximately 2 acres of agricultural land to feed one person. For context, that is 1.5 football fields. At 2 acres per person between 2011 and 2021, the county lost the land capacity to feed 13,912 people, while adding 2,879 people to the population. Every time this council permits agricultural land in the A2 zone to be developed for non-agriculture purposes, it is further reducing our ability to feed the population, increasing our reliance on imported food, and increasing the cost everyone in this room pays to eat. Our agricultural lands are a finite resource. They're not making any more of it. Can we afford to lose another 100 square kilometers of agricultural land over the next decade? You'll probably answer with your vote here today. Kings County agricultural revenues were $274 million in 21, 38% of all provincial farm revenues. There's no doubt that agriculture is important to the economy of this county. More than 50% of the province's poultry, eggs, and poultry and egg farms are located in Kings County. Poultry farms and processors are an important employer and critical element of our agricultural local food supply chain. Scotts Bay has historically been an area of agriculture production, including crops, vegetables, beef, horses, and poultry. Poultry farms established in the Scotts Bay area for biosecurity reasons, which include isolation from other poultry producers and from the general public. While Kings County A1 zoning offers a high degree of protection for agricultural lands, A2 zone lands are open to development agreements that allow agriculture lands to be repurposed for non-agriculture use. The proposed development site is located in the A2 zone, as you've seen. The Kings County 8.4 Rural Municipal or Rural Mixed Use A2 Zone Policy 8.4.2 states that the purpose of this zoning is to provide for a mix of agriculture, residential, and resource uses in order to enable expansion of the agriculture industry. It also states that in the event of a conflict between agriculture uses and non-agriculture uses, the agriculture shall take priority. The applicant is proposing non-agriculture development on A2 zone lands with no obvious benefit for the future development of the agriculture industry or to agritourism. Agritourism is different than tourism. The USA National Agricultural Law Center defines agritourism as a form of commercial enterprise that links agriculture production and or processing with tourism to attract visitors to the farm, ranch, or other agriculture business for the purpose of entertaining and or educating the visitors while generating income from the farm, ranch, or business. The applicant is not a farm producer. Biosecurity. If we think about that, poultry facilities operate under the highest level of biosecurity in agriculture. No commercial poultry operation in Nova Scotia will ever be an agritourism destination due to biosecurity risks. The poultry industry is not the wine industry. We're looking at something totally different. The project encourages visitor-oriented tourism directly in the center of the existing expanding Scotts Bay cluster of poultry farms. Increased public traffic may also impact farm premiums, insurance, and require significant investment into fencing and security monitoring. While naysayers downplay the risks associated with avian flu, you just have to watch the news to realize that avian flu risk is real, growing, and can result in death to livestock, pets, and now to humans. Millions of commercial poultry birds in Canada have been euthanized in recent years to help manage the risk of avian flu, and at a great cost to producers. Isolation is very important for the poultry industry. The Canada Land Inventory System classifies agricultural soils. In Nova Scotia, there are no Class 1 soils. Class 2 soils are very limited. Class 3 soils and Class 4 soils support much of the agriculture crop production. 32% of agriculture production in Kings County is on Class 2 soil. That's our best soil. 40% on Class 3, that's our next best soil, and 23% on Class 4. From information available, I believe that 60% or more of the applicant lands are Class 3 and 4 soils. I would like to see a soil map that proves otherwise. A forest landscape does not mean that the land below is still not Class 3 or 4 soils. Historically, development agreements required an agrologist to prove that the Class 3 and Class 4 soils had no agricultural value, which is very difficult to do. No reasons I've seen presented as to why these Class 3 and 4 soils are no longer suitable for agriculture use. Kings County has one of the highest percentages provincially of good agricultural soils underneath urban developments. Only 15% of urban development in Kings County occurs on soils that are poorer quality than a Class 4 soil. This means that historically 85% of urban development in Kings County has occurred on top of Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4 soils. If you want to see the best soils in Ontario, you have to go dig a hole in Toronto. That's where the best soils are, underneath the development. Just like here. Increased risk of conflicts. Tourists and developers are attracted to the natural beauty of agricultural lands, but trespassers do not understand that these lands are an industrial commercial workplace, potentially dangerous, creating odors and dust, which is unpleasant to the general public. Loud noise, loud music, fireworks can all have a negative impact on poultry, cattle, horses, resulting in animal harm, death, and significant loss. Adding 100 campsites, 100 cars significantly increases the volume of people in the area and potential for conflict between agriculture production, the movement of equipment, and the general public. More people will be walking the roadways, going to the beach, hiking, and likely wanting to explore associated landscapes and see farm animals. In 2000, the Nova Scotia Farm Practices Act was created to protect farmers engaged in normal farming practices from being sued in nuisance and negligence complaints. However, this does not remove the time, cost, and emotional capacity required to address complaints to the farmer. What do you think is going to happen the first time a farmer sprays a crop on a neighboring field? A natural buffer zone between properties is only at best minimal protection for either party and will take years to grow and develop. The Statement of Provincial Interests, Government Act 1998, recognizes the importance of Nova Scotia's land and water resources. The goal is to protect agricultural lands for the development of a viable and sustainable agriculture and food industry. It applies to all active agricultural lands in the province with agricultural potential. The statements of provincial interest are intended to serve as expectations, recommendations to help provincial governments, municipalities, and individuals in making land use decisions. It states that the planning documents must address the protection of agricultural lands and give priority to uses such as agriculture and agriculture-related uses which do not eliminate the possibility of the land for agriculture purposes in the future. I can tell you, as you've heard already this evening, I can tell you with utmost confidence that lands which leave agriculture for non-agriculture development purposes will never return back to agriculture production. The Development Application 2125 is squeezing through A2 zone non-agriculture development policy loopholes in ways which I would argue were not intended. It is planning non-agricultural development on Class 3 and Class 4 agricultural lands, increases the potential for conflict between agriculture and the general public, and will likely increase the biosecurity risks and costs to local poultry producers. It ignores the statement of interest in making agricultural land use a priority, and it does not address why the land, Class 2 and 3 lands, are not suitable for agriculture production. In conclusion, I understand how valuable both tourism and agriculture are to this county, to the economy, and the municipality's desire for new entrepreneurial investment. My hope is that this council thoroughly considers the dangerous precedent being set by continuing to allow non-agricultural development on A2 zoned agricultural lands where there's no obvious benefit to agriculture. Approving this application, I believe, is unlocking a gate for a flood of new development applications, which will further shrink the agriculture production landscape, making it more difficult for farmers to produce food and increasing food costs to consumers. Agriculture is at the heart of the county's economy. There is not a business in Kings County that does not benefit from a successful and prosperous agriculture industry. As agricultural lands and farmlands disappear, then eventually so will the Kings County agricultural landscape, agritourism attraction, and many of the supporting businesses. My final thought, I'll repose that question. Can we, as citizens of Kings County, afford to lose another 100 square kilometers of agriculture production over the next decade? Kings County agricultural lands need our protection, and they mostly need protection from us. If you like to eat, I believe your vote on this development agreement should be quite simple. Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you very much.
Mr. Martin, just a question of clarification, if I may. The lands, the agricultural lands that you say have gone out of production, are those lands that are still zoned agriculture?
Could be.
I think so. Yeah.
But they just don't show up in the census.
The farms.
Yeah.
Don't.
The farms have declined as well.
Yes, okay.
They've gone from 614 down to 444.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Scarnati, am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, well done.
I have trouble with my own, sir.
Oh, you did great.
Welcome to the microphone. If you just identify yourself and your place of residence.
I'll try and pronounce it as well as you did. My name is Paul Scarnati. Me and my wife Sherry have lived in Scotts Bay for the last 3 years. We retired out here and love the peace and quiet and tranquility. The last couple of years have been difficult with how divided the community has been, as I'm sure you can tell from the number of signs that have been around. We both stand opposed to this proposal for the same overwhelming environmental and social reasons already so vividly brought to your attention by our fellow concerned residents. I urge you, our elected stewards of the land, not to be swayed by tears and anecdotes, by vague promises and assurances, by obfuscations and irrelevancies, and by personalities and their influence. I ask you to focus on the facts before us. The developers ask you, this council, for legal exemption from being held to the existing protections of the land, protections that were put in place for the environment and for all of us in the first place. Let's be clear, this is one mighty big request. It's not a birthright, it's not an entitlement, it's an exemption. Boiled down, this is a can the rules not apply to us request. And I suggest an appropriate answer is sorry, no. This is exactly why they were put there in the first place. Good luck with your campground business. It does not belong in the heart of Scotts Bay. If it were in fact socially and environmentally ethical for the developers to have their land rezoned for this purpose, it already would have been. But it isn't. What we have before us is an attempt to wrestle from you a development agreement wholly in their favor. It seems to be their workaround, a way to skirt the protections built into the zoning legislation. This DA is their plan B. Councillors, you have a grave decision to make. The applicants are asking to be granted legal exemption from being held to the existing protections of the land and our community. In exchange, they appear to offer vague assurances. That is quite the blank check they're asking you to sign over, and if granted, would come purely at Scots Bay's expense. Why anyone would willingly, knowingly forsake the relevant science and protective legislations in place in order to greenlight this oversized, absentee landlorded, for-profit campground project smack in the heart of Scots Bay is incomprehensible to me. As amply already detailed, this campground would affect Scots Bay nothing but detrimentally in the extreme and contribute virtually zero benefit to our community. I close with wishing the developers good luck with their campground idea. I truly hope they find a suitable alternate location and have great success running it. I hope this council tells them the same thing. No, not in Scots Bay. Thank you for applying and good luck with it in a more suitable location somewhere else in Kings County. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Scarnati. Aaron Longmead? Mr. Longmead? Langmead?
Yes.
I am sorry. That's obvious. It's the way it's spelled.
I've been called a lot worse. That's okay.
Me as well, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Aaron Langmead. I live at 5770 Highway 358 in Scots Bay. I have an adjoining property to the proposed development site. I know nobody likes to hear "not in my backyard" argument, but in my case, it is directly in my backyard. My very open backyard. It's on an uphill slope going directly into their open field, which is also sloping uphill. There is absolutely no division other than a few old trees to the north edge of my property. That maybe are 1/3 of the overall property line, which means that any campers, RVs that are placed there would be uphill from me looking directly onto my property, directly into my daughter's bedroom window, which is at the rear of my house, invading our privacy. I burn wood to heat my home, cut and split it at the back of my property, so the sound of chainsaws and a powered wood splitter is heard most of the summer. I'm not looking forward to having arguments and fights with campers who are only there for leisure, while what I'm doing is necessary to heat my home for the harsh winters we have over there. I'm also not looking forward to my wood being stolen for campfires. I know it's speculation, but we all know it's going to happen regularly, especially when they intend to stack the RVs along the property line, and campers will be able to see everything on my property. So on that note, how long before I have people wandering around at night showing interest in what I have in my barn and my sheds? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when and how often. I'm not saying campers are bad people, because I know that's false. Most are good people, but it only takes a few of them that are not good people, or they are impaired and not thinking clearly. We know this will happen. It's human nature for some people. What about the garbage that blows downhill onto my property? What about the water runoff after they bulldoze the soil from that location and replace it with gravel pads? It will all run downhill straight towards me. What about all of the leaking fuel from gas tanks from cars and trucks and generators refilling and spilling the fuel? What about leaking transmission fluid, oil, brake fluid from vehicles coming and going and parking there? What about gray water being dumped out of RVs and going into the water table, going into my well for my home and the wells of other homes downhill from the campground? If they need to drill wells to supply water for all of these camping people and are uphill from the homes and the farms, What happens when they take all of the water out of the ground before it gets to our wells? It's uphill. Do we not matter? Why does one person's dream get to stomp out many other people's dreams? How is that right, and how is that fair? When I bought my home, I had a dream for a peaceful place to live out my life from headaches of crowded areas like towns and cities. I lived in Kentville before moving here, and Halifax for many years before that. I chose to buy a home in Scotts Bay to be away from crowds and large numbers of people. I've put my life savings into purchasing and renovating my home. I never, ever would have bought it if I had known a campground was going to be built directly behind me, destroying my quality of life and lowering my property value. If a campground is put there, I'll no longer be able to get a fair market value for my home. Why do I have to be faced with that? Why do my neighbors? I bought my home in September 2019. I always enjoyed coming to Scotts Bay as a place to cool off during the summer months, and I always loved the view and the peacefulness of the place. I post a lot of pictures of sunsets and whatnot. I'm going off script, but I do because I love it. When I got the opportunity to buy a house here, I was very excited, and so were my children. I came here with hopes of less stress, but instead, I've had the most stress I've had in my entire life. In the last 2 years since this fight has began, I've had to begin medications for hypertension and diabetes. I don't sleep well anymore because of this proposal. I hardly sleep at all. My children have severe anxiety about having to move again, especially with the housing market the way it is these days. They don't want to live by a campground, neither do I. But we don't want to move either. Our privacy and quality of life will be gone. There will be constant noise and smoke from campfires and constant worry about wildfires. There's only one road in here and the same road out. Has everyone forgotten about the wildfires last summer and that same scenario in Tantallon? There will be random fireworks blasting off at all hours of the night. There will be drunk and belligerents every weekend fighting and yelling. There will be dozens of different stereos playing different songs, creating an absolute headache of noise for residents that have to listen to it. Why is that fair? Campgrounds in the right location are probably not a lot of trouble. I'm sure if this idea was done in a more suitable location, it would likely be okay. Campgrounds are not put in the center of communities hard up against residents and agricultural practices because of the conflicts that arise. This location is absolutely not suitable, and I hope you can see and understand that. I hope the developer realizes that also. Saying you can or will fix these issues really just doesn't cut it. Not for me. You've stated you want it to work with the residents, do things that benefit the community. If this is so, why did you secretly remove water rights from several neighboring properties, including mine? I have it in my deed that I got in 2019, not very long ago, that I have deeded access to water on the property behind me. But it was mysteriously removed in 2021 when the property was bought. Why is that? I wasn't consulted. I certainly did not approve it. I'd like to ask council to make a note of that, please. Because any developer that removes water rights from neighboring residents, in my point of view, does not have the best interests of the community in mind. Please vote no to this proposal. The location isn't right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langmead. Ann Doyle Huntley.
Good
evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff, and community members. I'm Ann Doyle Huntley, and I live at 1233 Cape Split Road in Scotts Bay. I've come this evening to discuss the suitability of the development of a campground in the middle of Scotts Bay, wearing many hats, as many rural people have. I'm a community member, a parent of young children. I'm a registered farmer for the last 15 years. I'm an agribusiness consultant. I'm also a professional community developer and dedicated volunteer. I'd like to discuss the impact that this development agreement has had on my community, as well as my assessment of the lack of enabling policy to support this development agreement. First, the community impact of this development proposal has been devastating to community cohesion, in part because of a lack of information publicly available at the beginning of this process, which led to a great deal of fear, speculation, and unease. Beginning with a public information session, and then given the high conflict nature of this proposal as witnessed by the immediate communication with councilors and staff, a substantial community engagement process around this file should have happened. It never happened, in part because there is no protocol or strategy for engaging public in any matter within the municipality in a meaningful way. It's not on the books, it doesn't currently exist, not for development agreements and not for anything. Therefore, the community took upon itself to understand the development agreement process and where public input was accepted by the municipality. Information was delivered immediately and in volume to the black box of the municipal planning office, to the mayor, to councilors. These systems further contribute to anxiety and unease in the community, and they are anything but transparent. In this small, rural, agricultural-based community, we're used to developments which engage the community, whether it be proposals for a restaurant, a title development project, or a federal infrastructure negotiation process. The community members are smart, they are thoughtful, creative, and certainly able to respectfully disagree. But this application has been open for 2.5 years plus. The disagreements have become personal for many people due to the length of time required to sit with unease, which is difficult. And it's created a great deal of divisiveness and eroded community cohesion. This is not what municipal government is supposed to do to their communities. The municipal level of government is the closest most of us will ever reach and touch decisions made by government, and they often directly impact people's day-to-day lives. It's a big responsibility, as I'm sure you're all aware. The lack of process to engage communities in development decisions which will directly impact their lives has failed the citizens of this municipality. The lack of process has sadly failed my community and has created deep-seated divisiveness. However, this is a resilient, skilled, and caring community, and it's my hope we can overcome this divide and heal together into the future. We do have community-led development initiatives within our 2 community nonprofits, and plans are already underway to bring hope and renewed energy to work together. This development proposal is not within the scope of community-led ideas, and this is the problem. The community is home to 2 provincial parks, and residents are used to tens of thousands of day-use tourists throughout the year. My children know that they cannot ride their bikes on the Cape Split Road after 9:30 in the morning any summer day due to heavy traffic and speeding. We live alongside this, and yet our evenings are largely free of the major human influx which provides respite for the masses. This is valuable to all of us who live within we live a 30-minute commute from any major service in the valley. We choose to live out in the sticks for a variety of reasons. Many of them are connected to our relationship to the natural world, each other, and the place we enjoy here. This will be disrupted with hundreds of overnight tourists in our community with no demonstrated benefit to residents or taxpayers. Secondly, the municipal strategy, the first one in 1979, protected high capability soils, class 2, 3, and then in 1988, they added class 4. The lands of the PID in question on this file are active class 3 and 4 agricultural lands, all of it. The King's 2050 vision was a lengthy communication consultation process over many years. Planners and stakeholders did participate in sessions, and the recommendations there formed the basis of the current municipal planning strategy. It is pro-ag on recommendations, and the policy has been developed, 2.58, which states council shall prioritize agriculture, agribusiness, and value-adding processing with appropriate locations. Policy 2.510 states council shall promote and encourage the establishment of new and expanded agriculture, agribusiness, and value-adding processing within the municipality. And additionally, a clear priority preference towards agriculture in existing communities when there is a change in land use proposed by section 2.2.12, which reads, council shall consider proposals to rezone lands within the agricultural designation, and in evaluating such proposals, council shall be satisfied that the proposal A will not negatively impact nearby agricultural operations or contribute to undue conflict with rural residents. Given the number of people here this evening to share with council their input, there's clearly a conflict with rural residents regarding this change of use, as well as demonstrated negative impacts to nearby agricultural operations. Finally, it may also be helpful to reference the provincial statements of interest, which also are supposed to guide the municipal planning strategies, and our provincial guidelines substantively higher authority than the county's MPS. The statement of provincial interest regarding agriculture has a goal to protect agricultural land for the development of a viable and sustainable agriculture and food industry. The reasons stated are to preserve agriculture because it's important to all Nova Scotians. The agriculture land is being lost to non-agricultural development, and there are land use conflicts between agriculture and non-agricultural land uses. It applies to all agricultural land that is active or has the potential to be active. The pertinent provisions that the planning documents must address to protect ag land are A, giving priority to uses such as agriculture-related uses, and do not eliminate the possibility of land to be used for ag purposes in the future, and D, measures to reduce topsoil removal on lands with the highest agricultural value. A campground development proposal which literally proposes to scrape off the topsoil on many acres of Class 3 active agricultural land and place RVs, cabins, and cleared camping sites is not giving priority to ag use and will result in the land not being used for ag purposes in the future. This development agreement is in direct conflict with the statement of provincial interest regarding agricultural land, which I'll remind you has a higher authority than the municipal planning strategy. The conflict here today is the result of several issues: a lack of respect for any formal process to engage the community in a meaningful manner in planning applications. Agriculture communities have a priority bearing in decision-making when there's a development conflict in non-ag uses. Staff could have ensured nonpartisan decision-making requesting developers provide detailed information before entering into a development agreement. Section 539 of the MPS states that this information could have included traffic impact assessments, a drainage and stormwater management plan prepared by a professional engineer, a hydrology study, an environmental study, a geotechnical assessment, a site grading plan, and any other plans or studies to include slope, soil studies, agricultural impact, and/or ag suitability reports, and more. Within the development agreement, staff have expressed their opinion that, quote, the proposal meets the general criteria, unquote, but have failed to demonstrate factual evidence due to a lack of professional assessments like the ones just listed. Instead, professionals, community members, and others have commissioned some of these reports at great cost and time and effort to themselves, which absolutely should be considered by council when evaluating this development agreement. And finally, the municipal planning strategy does not adequately address planning strategies to uphold higher governing authorities on the matter of agricultural land protection held within both the Statement of Provincial Interest and the Farm Practices Act of Nova Scotia. I would ask that you please carefully consider these points. Remember the foundation of the agriculture land priority that forms the intent of the current municipal's planning strategy, and vote no for this application and yes towards more respectful and responsible planning for our municipality now and into the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Huntley. Chelsea Ullman? Ms. Ullman?
Good evening, Mayor Matart and councilors, as well as the members of the public who have taken time away from their busy lives to be part of a decision that will set a precedent on how agricultural land will be treated in Kings County. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and for the opportunity to have my voice heard. My name is Chelsea Ullman, and I live in Sheffield Mills, Kings County. I am the chief caretaker at Blomidon Provincial Park with the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. I have worked in Blomidon for 16 years. For the first 6 years of my career, I worked as a park attendant, working all the evening and night shifts, and my schedule had me in the park every Friday and Saturday evening from 4 in the afternoon until midnight. In May of 2014, I was successful in my application for the position of the chief caretaker in the park and have been in that role now for 10 years. I am responsible for the day-to-day operations within the camping park and for the supervision of all the staff members, campers, and visitors. Blomidon has 94 unserviced camping sites, 8 group of camping sites, 13.5 kilometers of hiking trail, 2 day-use picnic parks, and a beach. Blomidon Park is 759 hectares, that's 1,875 acres, and as you know, showcases the world's highest tides. The Provincial Parks Act allows the government to create and maintain provincial parks for 5 purposes, a couple of those being to provide tourism and recreational opportunities and to protect lands to meet Nova Scotia's present and future needs. I am here to speak on planning application for a development agreement to permit the development of a campground at 5734 Highway 358, PID 55014534 in Scotts Bay, file number 2125. Before I begin, I would like to disclose that I have known the proponent's husband for 15 plus years, as I served as a member of the Canning Volunteer Fire Department for 15 years and now am a retired veteran of the department in good standing. As a teenager and a young adult, I lived in Scotts Bay and even owned and operated the Sand Dollar Cafe before it unfortunately burned down on September 11th of 2007. With my experience and background, it is my professional opinion that it would be very difficult to operate and maintain a privately owned, for-profit, large-scale campground to the standards of a provincial park, as is claimed in this proposed development agreement. Provincial parks are run to the highest standard, and it takes many resources to make this possible. County staff and the applicant changed the original application from a rezoning application to a development agreement in May of 2022. It is stated this was done to enable staff to fine-tune how the use is operated on the property and to provide the public with a certain degree of certainty regarding what can be expected from the proposal through the use of increased restrictions and phasing. However, we know from the Canning development, file number 2312, that the phasing really means nothing, as it doesn't state that the phasing has to be completed in order. It also gives no direction on the number of cabins allowed and no direction on the number of backcountry campsites allowed. This doesn't sound so fine-tuned to me. Councillors have been receiving numerous letters and calls from members of the public voicing their concerns regarding numerous things from fires and smoke to a lack of water to support such a development. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, they are right, and the concerns are real and legitimate. Provincial parks have numerous rules, and I could tell you what they all are. However, my whole 10 minutes would be spent just reading the rules. The point is, people do not follow the rules. It does not matter what the proponent says their intentions are. It does not matter that they will have signage posted. It does not matter that they will set an expectation of the campers that come to the proposed campground. It does not matter if the campers are in tents or in campers. There is a reason that provincial parks always have armed conservation officers in their back pockets, because people do not follow the rules. And often it takes an officer to threaten monetary fines or worse for campers to finally abide by the rules. Private development will certainly not have this resources. As the caretaker at Blomidon, it is my professional opinion it is a huge security issue that there is nothing in the development agreement that protects Blomidon from campers entering on the department's land from the proposed development location. The only mention is within the site information of the development agreement, and it states the land to the east is part of Blomidon Provincial Park. Blomidon staff are constantly monitoring the trails and who is entering and exiting them, giving direction and safety advice. Having more folks on the trails than staff are aware of is dangerous to all involved. The hope in a campground is that it provides a space for folks to kick back and enjoy the outdoors with family and friends, but it is also where parties are held, fireworks are lit, dogs are constantly off leash, and children are lost. It is where lots of music is played, alcohol and cannabis are consumed, and drones are flown. It is where large campfires are built, garbage is left behind, and loads of water is used. It is where sewage is dumped and generators are run. With a development agreement or not, there is no way to fine-tune the number of fires burning at one time. Not to mention that the campground will not have to follow the daily burning restrictions, meaning that campers can have fires at any time of the day or night. In a community that has one way in and one way out, fires should be of a large concern to the municipality, especially with what we have learned with wildfires as of late. In my experience, I have seen campfires outside of fire pits where campers have pulled pits completely out of the ground and tossed aside so they can burn the fire larger than the pit allows. I've seen them so big that the whole gravel pad for the campfire pit has just been one huge fire. I've seen them in the middle of campsites with no regard for where the pit is at all. I've seen them in the day use areas where there are no fire pits. Staff and I have put out countless fires that were large and a potential risk to the park, its visitors, and the surrounding communities. Believe it or not, campers will even have fire when the minister of the department has put a fire ban in place and closed the woods. This isn't due to lack of education upon arrival. It is simply because campers do not listen to the rules or obey the signs. Blomidon is also one way in and one way out, and is equipped with multiple evacuation plans, including huge areas to provide evacuation via helicopter if the entrance/exit is blocked, and diligently trained staff to handle such an event. Staff are even trained in wildland firefighting. I read none of this in the proposed development agreement. Fireworks are completely banned from provincial parks, but are always an issue. They get lit on campsites in the day use areas and on the beach. Fireworks are lit at a minimum of 6 to 8 times per season. That's more than once a month. There is a large fine associated with lighting fireworks in a provincial park, and yet they still get lit. Guess why? Because campers do not follow the rules. In 2023, we even had campers who set fireworks off so close to the cliffs on the beach that it sent part of one of the cliffs crumbling to the ground. Allowing a campground development at the proposed location of 5734 Highway 358 will only amplify the number of fireworks that are already being set off at the beach. The development agreement states that they will be prohibited within the park, but nothing will stop them from taking them to the beach and lighting them there. This should be a real concern to the councillors due to the risk of fire, the effect on the community and the animals within it, and the farming operations in the community. Drones are also not permitted in a provincial park, and they are a constant problem. Have you ever tried to find the operator of a drone? It is next to impossible to find the person controlling the drone, especially with the technology of today. Talk about people's privacy being in jeopardy in the community. If this development agreement is allowed to be placed into a box that it does not fit in and shoved into the center of the community. Dogs off leash are a constant and can be very disruptive to the park and other patrons. We often see dogs off leash on the trails or on their campsites. Staff and I have been jumped on and scratched by more dogs than we can count while out working in the park. This is because campers allow their dogs to be off leash and trust that they are trained and will listen to them rather than abiding by the rules. We often get lost dogs as well and have seen them go into the community below the camping park. And if you are familiar with Blomidon, it is quite a distance to travel from the park into the heart of the community. Imagine what will happen with this proposal, given the fact that the proposal itself is in the heart of the community. I'm sure you've all heard that the Canning Volunteer Fire Department has been involved in many rescues on the Cape Split hiking trail, including one that made the news in July of 2016, where a woman suffered significant injuries trying to rescue her dogs. This rescue was a result of dogs off a leash, because the rules are not followed by visitors of parks. Lost children are a constant as well, and a very scary one. It is so easy for children to get turned around and lost in a park. This, of course, creates a lot of panic within the park with the guests and with the staff. Dealing with a lost child in a camping park is not an easy task and requires many skills to manage. The proposed location of this development agreement will pose challenges when children go missing, because they will go missing. Imagine the fear of not knowing where a missing child has gone. Are they at the beach, the horse pasture, the hay fields, a chicken barn, the horse barn? The risks are endless given the location of this proposal. Children will explore. It's in their nature. It's not intentional, but it will happen. What a huge concern for the large neighboring farms. Noise pollution is real. Camping parks are very loud. An issue with a loud park isn't always just had strictly at night. Often when folks speak of noise, we think of it at night and disrupting people's sleep. But what about the shift workers? What about choosing to live and pay to live in a quiet community away from the noise at all hours of the day or night? Quiet times are often not until between 10 or 11 p.m. What about young families in the community with children going to bed early, not to mention children napping during the day? Noise isn't always created at night, and it isn't always only bothersome at night. I can tell just how busy Blomidon Park is when I step out of my vehicle, just based on the noise. Noise isn't only caused by loud music or parties. Noise happens when many people are in one place at one time. This is exactly what will happen here. There will be hundreds of people in this location at any time. It will generate noise at all hours. Even if just half of the sites are booked, with only 2 campers per site, that's still 100 people in the middle of a community. I see anywhere from 400 to 600 people in Blomidon almost every weekend. That would almost triple the population of Scotts Bay. Water is a huge deal and a very valid concern to the community. The well in Blomidon, which relies on the same North Mountain aquifer, has been overpumped and run dry on multiple occasions over the last 4 seasons. I have had to hire pumper trucks to deliver potable water into the park to fill my holding tank just to keep the park operating on numerous occasions at a huge cost because the well didn't have any water left to offer. This has resulted in the province having to install even more water storage tanks in hope that this limits the number of times that the park is out of water. Yep, that's what I said, out of water. Imagine that happening while you're camping, let alone in your homes or your businesses. I have 6,200 gallons of water storage on site at the park, and I must constantly monitor the situation, and it sounds like this season may be even worse than others. Water isn't something that should be taken for granted. With neighboring chicken barns and the risk of avian influenza, I must comment on the fact that in the development agreement it is stated that the development agreement will prohibit the development of a swimming pool or other open water features to mitigate the concern of avian influenza. Have you ever seen the number of seabirds, aka seagulls, in New Minas? Seagulls are also known as food thieves and will try almost any food they encounter. New Minas is not on the water, but there sure are a lot of French fries in the parking lots. At Blomidon, there are ravens, crows, eagles, turkey vultures, hawks, owls, and others. They all surround the campsites looking for food and ripping apart anything they can find that has been left on a campsite. These foods will get into the garbage bins, the compost, the campsites, the dirty dishwater that gets dumped at the edges of campsites, and the area where the garbage will be stored until it can be collected. The development will most definitely increase the number of all types of seabirds, vultures, raptors, and corvids near the chicken barns, increasing the risk to the farmer. The amount of traffic that will be forced into this small community on a treacherous corner will be remarkable if this development is approved. As I noted earlier, many things take place within a camping park, including the consumption of alcohol and cannabis. Some of these folks will get behind the wheel and drive to the beach or to the trail, only increasing the risk to the community members and others. Provincial parks are very inclusive and mostly accessible, with large upgrades being completed in parks every year, all with accessible camping sites. This 2024 camping season, Blomidon is unveiling 2 new, all-accessible vault toilets, even equipped with adult change stations. Blomidon also has 1 accessible viewing platform, allowing everyone an opportunity to take in the stunning view. And many provincial parks also employ folks with various abilities. Part of being an inclusive park is allowing campers to sometimes do things outside of the box, like run a generator all night long for someone who suffers from sleep apnea. Thank goodness we have such a large space to do this, that we can put campers in a place that they will not negatively affect their neighbors, and we certainly don't have to worry about them negatively affecting the community. Provincial parks are also the most affordable camping offered in the province, making it possible for everyone. How many inclusive, accessible, large camping grounds within 18 kilometers of each other do we need? Not to mention there's already a successful private camping park at the Lookoff. The visitors of the Cape Split Hiking Trail and the Scotts Bay Beach camp at Blomidon Park. It's one of the nearby attractions, and they want to visit the beach and the trails in Blomidon as well. They already have the accommodations they need. Please vote no and allow Scotts Bay community to continue to strive, the farmers to produce food for our families, and the tourists to still be able to enjoy the beach, hike Cape Split, and camp in a camping park 18 kilometers down the road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fiona Traynor, Ms. Traynor.
Hello and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Fiona Traynor and I'm a resident of Scotts Bay, and I live at 1117 Cape Split Road. I'm a year-round resident of Scotts Bay, and I want to thank Council to give us the space here tonight to hear all sides of this issue, and I want to make it clear that I don't support the approval of this development agreement, but I respect the other residents of Scotts Bay who disagree with me. I won't be talking about environmental or agricultural issues, but I want to express to you how I've seen deep divisions grow in Scotts Bay over this issue, and to contemplate how this situation could have and should have been handled differently, so that many Scotts Bay community members wouldn't have been put through years of anxiety and fear over a development that they had no hand or voice in creating. I want to talk about developing Scotts Bay in a manner that is guided by inclusive community development practices where people directly affected by development have a seat at the table when decisions are made about how their community is going to change. Unfortunately, meaningful and inclusive decision-making was not built into the Brielle Holdings development agreement. Meaningful and inclusive means that proponents would have held community meetings to introduce their ideas to residents of Scotts Bay. They would have heard our community's worries about the removal of agricultural land, air quality, noise, water use, traffic safety, and many other concerns, which, by the way, are legitimate, fact-based concerns. They would have engaged with open minds and listened to the reasons why many people who live in Scotts Bay oppose this development. This didn't happen in a substantive way. I reflect on my years of working on anti-poverty campaigns, housing and homelessness initiatives, and other human rights work. Before I and colleagues initiated any type of community development work, and I'll take opening an emergency winter homeless shelter in Halifax as an example, we knew that people who lived close to the proposed shelter site would oppose it. We didn't march along with our work and open the shelter. Instead, we held community meetings. We listened with open minds to the residents' concerns. We learned about their fears of living next to a shelter. We provided them with our comprehensive plans, and they invited elected officials to our meetings. They brought lawyers to our meetings. We invited people experiencing homelessness and other supporters to our meetings. Everyone was welcome, because when community development is done in an open and transparent way, dialogue and understanding is built. Fears can be allayed, and maybe plans have to change. Community Development 101 is simple. Don't assume you know what is best for a community without consulting with and including those people directly affected. The adage of human and disability rights activists around the world comes to mind. Nothing about us without us. I have been to several of these council meetings, and I've heard Brielle Holdings representatives in the news express their thoughts about what is best for Scotts Bay. which in their mind is a campground in the middle of our community. I contend that this company is making these assertions in a vacuum, and that without meaningful and inclusive community development practices, meeting, listening, sharing, Brielle Holdings doesn't have the authority to tell you, Council, or the community of Scotts Bay what we need. Though this does not mean that I believe the proponents are bad people. It simply means that they do not understand what community development is and how to do it with principles that include inclusivity and transparency. If Council approves this development agreement, you will be upholding regressive, out-of-date practices that ignore the concerns of community members that you've heard tonight and over several other meetings. So, getting back to my story about the winter shelter. What happened? We listened, we learned, and we respected the residents of the community. Ultimately, we found a better location for the shelter. We changed our plans based on engaging with community members. And that's what I call successful community development. Lastly, I want to point out that it is a fact that the proponents do not live in Scotts Bay. They will not be experiencing the day-to-day challenges of living next to a campground. They will be removed from the immediate and compounding concerns that will impact our community. They will be, in essence, absentee landlords. This is not to say that business owners have to live next to their operations. It is to say that absentee landlords do not experiencing the consequences of their businesses with the acuity of residents who live next door, down the street, or across the road. Absentee landlords have the luxury of going home, shutting their door, and not being affected by the rumble of generators, dogs barking, increased traffic, environmental degradation, dry wells, altercations, music, and decreased air quality. The residents of Scotts Bay won't have that luxury if you approve this development agreement, and I hope you don't approve it. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Millard, James Millard.
Good evening, excuse me, Mayor, councilors, staff, and community members. My name is James Millard. I live with my partner, Fiona, actually, as a permanent resident of Scotts Bay at 1117 Cape Split Road. My presentation tonight is divided into two subject areas. The first is my personal views, and the second is my professional and technical analysis of some of the key rationale used to support the proposed development agreement. My views are informed by many years of technical training and experience. At the end of my presentation, I will put forward my final recommendation to council. So, who the heck am I? I'm a professional geologist in the province of Nova Scotia, as well as other jurisdictions in Canada. I hold a BSc in geological science, as well as a Master's of Science in environmental engineering from Queen's University. I've spent over 30 years of professional experience, and I'm recognized among my peers and regulatory authorities at in various jurisdictions as a qualified person, or a QP, in the subject areas of hydrogeology, surface water quality and quantity, environmental effects, environmental assessment practice, environmental management, community engagement, and environmental permit process and applications. Scotts Bay is my new adopted home and my new community, which means a lot to me. I offer my opinions and recommendations, both personal and professional, in the light of what is beneficial for the community and its future. So first, my personal views. We have numerous friends and acquaintances in Scotts Bay in the vicinity of the proposed campground. From a personal perspective, I am concerned that this campground proposal has needlessly turned many Scotts Bay residents lives upside down over the last several years. In my view, this controversy is completely unnecessary because common sense dictates that a campground does not belong in the middle of the historic Scotts Bay community and immediately adjacent to the existing historic and centuries-old community neighborhood and in the midst of active agricultural lands, including chicken farms, livestock raising, various crops, and successful horse breeding and training facilities. So that's my personal view. I just want to also add that I haven't been hired. I'm not making any, I haven't been retained by anybody to make this presentation. So I provide my technical views here freely and on my own. So with the limited time available, I'm going to focus on two key aspects that form the basis of the development agreement and are reported by the municipal planners as being key to justifying the proposed development agreement. I would refer you to Appendix B of the development agreement, general criteria to consider for all development agreements and land use bylaw amendments. This section of the proposed development agreement is key and provides the basis for the acceptance of this development agreement by council. I will demonstrate that the several key points put forward by the municipal planners who drafted the document are flawed and or lacking in sufficient detailed evidence in two key areas. These are areas of my own expertise. These areas include criteria C, subsection 2, land use compatibility with surrounding land uses, and criteria C, subsection 4, the adequacy of sewer and water services. As a side note, I did ask the municipality for any background information that could help me understand the science-based approach used by staff to come up with their conclusions regarding the above-mentioned criteria. However, I was directed by staff to submit a FOIPOP request. At this time, I have not received anything close to what I would consider, in my expert opinion, additional rationale and data that would support municipal staff conclusions that the criteria I've mentioned above have been met by this development agreement proposal. Therefore, in the absence of any specific supporting information provided by the municipality, to address my request, I will be presenting my expert interpretation of why the above-mentioned criteria do not meet a sufficient threshold so as to merit acceptance and approval by council. Referring to Appendix B criteria used to support the development agreement, I will first consider criteria C, subsection 2, land use compatibility with surrounding land uses. Staff say they do not expect any compatibility issues because the development agreement requires a setback of 75 feet between any development and the lot line. My professional opinion, this is a very simplistic and flawed approach. The development proposal is not compatible with nearby community residents and agricultural land use that includes chicken barns, cattle, horse breeding operations. A 75-foot setback, even with the vegetated perimeter, which will take years to grow, is inadequate to prevent local residents who live adjacent and near to the campground to be exposed to serious and disruptive continuous noise pollution that will affect their enjoyment of their properties and have the potential negative health-related effects and also adverse impacts to nearby agricultural operations. In my opinion, it is unlikely that when the campground is near capacity, there will be acceptable noise levels for community receptors. In the absence of appropriate criteria provided by the municipality for noise in rural areas, I submit that any development placed in the middle of a rural community and agricultural area should at least meet adequate guidelines. For this purpose, the municipality should adopt Nova Scotia Provincial Guidelines, Appendix 1, Table 1A of the guidelines the Nova Scotia Provincial Guidelines. Appendix 1, Table 1A of the guidelines provides permissible sound levels for rural receptors at different times of the day and are based on agreed-to levels that are protective of human health. I truly doubt that when the campground is active with up to 100 occupied campsites and 300 to 400 campers, that these permissible sound levels can be met at receptor locations at residences and farming operations. The proponent has not demonstrated that these thresholds can be met. The municipal staff seem to be of the opinion that a 75-foot setback, that with the 75-foot setback, anything goes and that the community members and agricultural land users should be happy. Honestly, this is simply nonsense, and there is no evidence that this is an acceptable approach or practice that would be protective of community members. There are also air quality issues stemming from the potential of many campfires simultaneously burning and gasoline-powered generators running that will cause local air quality degradation, affecting the well-being and health of community members and causing disruption to agricultural land users and their livestock located immediately adjacent to the development. Imagine for a moment a campground in the middle of an historic community with up to 100 campfires burning and dozens of portable generators running throughout the day and potentially throughout the night. The emissions and smoke from these activities will lead to adverse impacts. Based on information from well-regarded literature, harmful impacts of smoke from recreational fires and other sources can be described as follows, and I quote, wood smoke is a complex mixture of chemicals, many of which could be harmful to health. The main pollutants include particulate matter, fine particles, PM 2.5, coarse particles, PM 10, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, volatile organic compounds, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and chlorinated compounds. Exposure to wood smoke can irritate the eyes, nose, and throat. Exposure to PM 2.5 has been linked to headaches, reduced lung function, bronchitis, asthma, aggravation of pre-existing lung heart disease, and premature mortality. Some residents who live near the campground currently suffer from cardiovascular disease and breathing difficulties, and the burning of up to 100 campfires and constant running of generators will lead to further health issues, as mentioned above, the potential for serious issues, including premature death. Therefore, the development agreement should be rejected on the basis that a 75-foot buffer is inadequate to protect community residents and agricultural activities from campground noise and air pollution, and cannot be justified on the basis of available scientific peer-reviewed literature and authoritative information. Since the proponent has not demonstrated that this criteria has been met, the Council is obligated, in my opinion, to reject the development agreement on that basis. Moving to criteria C, subsection 6, the adequacy of sewer and water services. Staff say that on-site sewer and water services will be required. Staff also state that they consulted directly with Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Climate Change related to water quality in the area, and no concerns were raised. Furthermore, they state that the publicly accessible well log database for other wells in the area did not have any information that would cause concern related to water supply in the general area. Municipal staff have not provided any supporting information to the community and its experts regarding these conclusions. My professional opinion. From a hydrogeological perspective, groundwater resources throughout the North Mountain basalt, where the proposed campground is located, are reported to be limited, and indeed, it is common knowledge that a fractured rock aquifer in the North Mountain does not compare at all to the abundant groundwater resources contained in the sand and gravel deposits of the valley. This was the conclusion of one of the only major government studies completed in the region. The conclusion of that study stated that groundwater resources in the North Mountain cannot be counted on to meet more than domestic and agricultural needs. I personally reviewed the available public well records on the internet, and those records do not provide a definitive understanding of well yields for the campground area, and some yields are reported to be low, less than 5 gallons per minute. And in the immediate vicinity of the proposed campground, some groundwater sources used by existing groundwater users are reported to be seasonally dry, especially in the summer, or with much decreased yield. So, based on 100 campsites and a literature-based assumption of 400 to 500 liters per day per campsite, and that's kind of a low estimate actually, and an occupancy of 3 to 4 persons per campsite, this would mean that the groundwater use for the campground at peak capacity should be assumed to be at least 40,000 to 50,000 liters per day. This rate of water withdrawal has the potential to impact existing residential and agricultural users in the vicinity. Water withdrawn at a rate exceeding 23,000 liters per day, a threshold, requires a water withdrawal permit issued by the province. This is based on the Guide to Groundwater Withdrawal Approvals dated October 10th, 2010 by the Department of Environment and Climate Change. To qualify for approval for this permit, the proponent must retain a qualified person to conduct hydrogeological studies as part of the application process. This has not been done by the proponent to support their application to date. This risk should be addressed early in advance of application approval so that the risk to existing groundwater users can be addressed early in the process. It appears as though municipal staff have not executed due diligence on behalf of the residents in the vicinity of the proposed development. I would, especially with respect to groundwater, I would ask council to consider how it is that municipal staff can conclude criteria C6, adequate water and sewage, has been met when in fact there's reasonable risk that the development may impact water supply of local residents and agricultural operations. Is this not putting the cart before the horse, or to express more aptly, putting the developer before the residents of Scotts Bay when it comes to maintaining adequate water supply? Additionally, existing residential wells downstream or adjacent to the campground could be impacted by septic system upstream that will also need to be designed to handle a minimum of 40 to 50,000 liters of sewage influent per day. Until the proper studies are completed and show positive results regarding the feasibility of supplying potable water and disposing of waste sewage, this development proposal should not be approved by council on the basis of that criteria, that criteria C6 has not been met at this time. So finally, in conclusion, I would like to say one more thing regarding the vote that council will be undertaking tonight. The evidence that I have presented as an expert in the field of groundwater and environmental impacts is only one piece of evidence among many that you have been hearing tonight, as well as the many technical submissions made in advance. Taken as a whole, I believe there is a significant weight of evidence that has been presented to you, including experts in agricultural, environmental effects, road safety, community engagement, veterinarians, etc., as well as the many residents who have presented and will be presenting who actually live in Scotts Bay and will be directly impacted by this campground. Please consider the weight of technical evidence provided by the experts and local residents who will be impacted by the campground. The weight of evidence indicates a no vote for this development agreement is warranted. Thank you for your attention and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Millard. Michael McDonald, please.
Do I forward? Yeah, okay. Mr. Mayor and Council, thanks for your time this evening. My name is Michael McDonald. I'm a senior transportation engineer and partner with Harborside Transportation Consultants in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. So we were retained by Cape Split Farms to complete a traffic impact assessment and access review of the proposed site. The scope of this assessment includes a review of existing traffic and its site conditions, collection of speed and volume data at and near the site, a review of historical collision data that was available, estimation of traffic generated by the proposed campground, as would be normally done in any sort of standard traffic impact assessment, a review of the proposed site plan, and review of site distance at the access points, and also a review of pedestrian safety at the site. So I'll skip through a lot of these slides. I wasn't sure where I'd end up on the docket tonight, but I think we're all familiar with the subject site that's been flashed up. So our study area was looking at a 500-meter segment of Highway 358, approximately from Civic 5682 to Huntley Road. So it includes, most importantly, the intersections with Penn Green Lane and Wharf Road. As been noted several times tonight, Highway 358 provides the only access and egress to the community of Scotts Bay. And Scotts Bay Provincial Park, as we know, is located on the west side and is expected to be a frequent destination for those people using the proposed campground. As I think we've alluded to and seen multiple times, there are successive horizontal curves in opposite directions. So we call back-to-back horizontal curves at the existing site. Through those horizontal curves, there is an advisory speed limit, a speed posting of 40 kilometers an hour, as opposed to the posted legal speed limit of 70 kilometers an hour on the roadway. And the intersecting roadways within those horizontal curves include Pengree Lane, Wharf Road, and the driveway to Civic 5750. Pengree Lane was looked at in some detail. It is a private cul-de-sac road. It is narrow and unpaved in its current condition. It's unable to function to accommodate two-way travel due to its width, and it is stop controlled at its intersection with Highway 358. And as you can see from this image, there's multiple access points that converge at that intersection from Civic 750 and 5734 in addition. Wharf Road, again, local cul-de-sac roadway, unpaved, and provides the access to Scotts Bay Park, and owned and maintained by the province, Nova Scotia Public Works, and stop controlled on Highway 358. We did traffic data collection on from October 16th, 2023 to October 22nd, 2023. We collected traffic volume and speed data. We set up our equipment at 2 locations, near 5711, Civic 5711, and at the intersection with Huntley Road. So north and south, you can see the small 1 and 2 dots. So in advance of the successive horizontal curves, both to the north and south of that location. So just for completeness sake, we're getting data in the range of about 334 vehicles per day passing through our data collection zones. And our commuter peaks, obviously, as expected, quite low in the morning and afternoon. As I said, the posted speed limit is 70 kilometers an hour. 85th percentile speed, which is a common traffic parameter, which is often used by many jurisdictions to actually impose posted speed limits, was found at the time of our collection to be 76 kilometers an hour. The number of vehicles or percentage of vehicles traveling over 70 was over 30%. At Huntley Road, again, about 241 vehicles a day, so not a large amount of through volume at that location. And our posted speed limit again is 70, and we were getting 85th percentile speed measurements of 73 kilometers an hour. Number of vehicles or percent of vehicles traveling over 70 was found to be about 22, almost 22.5%. We requested and reviewed collision data that was available from Nova Scotia Department of Public Works. There was only 1 collision reported, conflict at one of the driveways. It was a PDO or property damage only accident, and it was within 100 meters of the reverse curve. So not many accidents reported. We did found there were more told to us, as was stated here tonight, anecdotally or observed, but not reported to Public Works. So the campground has been outlined before. I won't go into that in any great detail. The traffic impacts on the roadway itself, again, this is a typical rural collector roadway as classified by Nova Scotia Public Works. It's classified for volumes up to 5,000 vehicles a day. The volumes are quite low. There's no operational or volume considerations. However, we would note that there will be significant traffic increases over what is there additionally. So we had said the increased traffic would be noticed certainly by adjacent residents who would perceive it to be much different than current conditions today. There would be potential with increased traffic, obviously, for increased collision rates, certainly if safe access and egress to the proposed campground is not provided. And as we had said before, with increased likelihood of accidents, if those accidents do happen, it can have an impact on the residents of Scotts Bay if an emergency closure is required. There's no alternative routes. No worries. Access site distance review. We did review site distance at the campground access. We looked at 2 basic criteria for site distance. One is stopping site distance, the other is intersection site distance. Stopping site distance, as the name would tell you, is the distance required for a vehicle to stop once an object becomes visible in their travel path, simply put. So it depends on the operating or speed of the roadway. Obviously, if you're driving faster, you need greater stopping site distance to react to something in the roadway. intersection sight distance is a required distance for left and right viewing to be able to make a turning maneuver from a side street. So it's a bit of a different parameter to be able to see vehicles approaching you from the right to make a left turn, or vehicles approaching you from the left to make a right turn. And those are shown graphically on the picture above. So it ends up being a construction of a sight triangle, as illustrated there, to illustrate how much space needs to be available for drivers to view oncoming traffic to be able to safely make a maneuver from a side street onto the main street. And these are some of the parameters, those minimum parameters based on speed, again, of the operating roadway, the main roadway. As we said, the proposed primary access was here at Pengree Lane. We looked at access in both directions. This is looking south to the left of the proposed driveway. You can see there's quite a bit of available sight distance. Oftentimes our practice is to look at sight lines based on the posted speed limit plus an additional 10 kilometers an hour. And the intersection sight distance looking to the left, exiting Pengree Lane, is met. There's a long tangent section of roadway providing lots of visibility. Looking to the right is a different situation. There's obstructions, the reverse curve, the horizontal curve to the right. And it is, at this location, the intersection sight distance is not met for a left turn from a stop for speeds of 40 kilometers an hour. So that is likely operating speed through those curves is higher than 40. That is the advisory speed going through there. Stopping sight distance is met in both directions. That is the main criteria. That is the only criteria that Nova Scotia Public Works evaluates when issuing their access permit. To note, they don't look at intersection sight distance in their evaluation for permitting an access. You can see the sight triangles there that intersect through the residence and vegetation that's there currently at that location. There would have to be a number of modifications, perhaps, to be able to mitigate this issue, changing the geometry of the road, removal of a lot of structures and vegetation, perhaps, to keep that sight triangle clear as well. An important consideration as well will be the increase of pedestrians in the vicinity. There will obviously be a desire line from the campground across to the beach that doesn't exist today. There is no pedestrian facilities present at the location, and no pedestrian crossing from one side of Route 358, Highway 358 to the other. As you would imagine, to locate properly a marked pedestrian crossing would have to be likely on a tangent section, which is quite a ways from this location. And as you can expect, most people do follow the shortest line between 2 points. We would often see pedestrians crossing right at this location from Pengree Lane across to Wharf Road in all likelihood. As I said, there's no crosswalks or sidewalks in the area. There's very narrow unpaved shoulders to even walk across the side of the road currently. And there's kind of an unusually high proportion of heavy vehicle traffic in the area for this type of roadway as well. We see, I had a video here. I'm not sure if that works or not, but I have a video of a truck navigating the curve, and you can see while the road designed for this type of road in Nova Scotia, the lane width remains consistent going around the corner. And as a large truck navigates through a road such as this, the swept path often becomes wider than the lane itself. And in this video, I don't think I can be played. It's a PDF. Yeah. Oh, this is a PDF. Yeah. Sorry. So it shows clearly the truck encroaching across the center line to make this movement. Obviously, that would be problematic with another large vehicle or even a passenger car encroaching, encountering it, coming in the other direction. Pictures of just the pedestrian or lack of pedestrian facilities within the area, narrow shoulders. And the proposed campground could introduce fairly significant volume of pedestrians in an area where they're not typically, or they're not present today and not typically expected in the area around Scotts Bay. Sight lines are restricted. And there's currently no street lighting as well, so any sort of crossing in the nighttime, there's currently no street lighting available. So just conclusions are the campground would significantly increase traffic on 358 over current volumes. There is no capacity or operational problems from a traffic operations perspective, but it would have a significant impact on traffic from what is currently there today. The highway has sufficient capacity to accommodate the traffic, certainly, but there is insufficient sight distance, particularly for the left turning movement, which would be a fairly significant move in the left turning movement out of Pengri Lane headed south, encountering vehicles coming from the north and gaining quickly on them from behind as they make that maneuver onto Highway 358. And there would need to be significant geometric changes to the area to be able to provide the safe access with adequate sight distance at the area. As well, recommendations should certainly be considered for including additional pedestrian facilities in the area in the form of sidewalks and crosswalks as well for pedestrians that safely navigate between the campground and Wharf Road as well. And I think that's it, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A question of clarification, if you wouldn't mind. What is, as you know, the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, and you've explained the difference between your approach and theirs, but what is the basis or standard that you use for sight distance that distinguishes your opinion from that of Nova Scotia Public Works?
So there are two different types of sight distance measurements. There's actually more than that, but we, the Department of Public Works, in evaluating an access permit request, look at stopping sight distance only. So that is, again, the distance when the vehicle travels around to be able to stop to an object that they see and have enough perception reaction time. Sorry, my voice is perception reaction time to be able to stop safely in advance based on the operating speed of the roadway. They do not evaluate intersection sight distance, right?
So I did understand, you did say that, and
Correct.
I understood that. What I don't understand is are your calculations simply mathematical calculations?
They are.
Or,
yes.
Because they're not drawn from some standard?
No,
Okay.
those calculations and measurements and values are set out by the Transportation Association of Canada in the Geometric Design Guide for Canadian Roads. So they're standard measurements and processes to be able to evaluate and measure these parameters.
Transportation Society of Canada?
Transportation Association of Canada, or TAC, yeah.
TAC.
Yes.
I'm sorry to keep you there, but thank you very much for your explanation and your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Koros.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Athena Koros, and I live at 4 Prince Street in Wolfville, Nova Scotia. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about the proposed development file number 2125. As previously indicated to you, my firm, Athena Koros CPA CMA, has been retained by Juniper Law, represented by Mr. Jamie Simpson. I was retained by Juniper Law to provide due diligence services to their client, Cape Split Farms Limited. And just to note here that Cape Split Farms Limited also owns Hustle Farms. So if you might hear those company names interchangeably. The due diligence services concern the Municipality of County of Kings Planning File number 2125 and related matters. And as you know, Ms. Lindsay Steele is the president of Cape Split Farms Limited. I just wanted to offer a correction as well. A gentleman spoke from the Flower Cart, the executive director, and he referred to, and I forgot to bring my notes with me, but the, just a second. He referred to the proposed campground as Down by the Bay Campground, and that entity, that name is already registered to a campground that's located in Great Village, Nova Scotia, just for the record. All right. I would also like to disclose for the record that none of the speakers, excluding the retained experts, which include myself, Mr. Mike McDonald, and Mr. Gary Morton, that are present today and speaking in opposition to the proposed campground have been compensated by the Steele family or any related parties. Now let's get back to what I really want to talk to you about. So I'll give you some background. So the planning application for file 2125 was made to the County of Kings on October 4th, 2021. It is the proponent's desire to construct a campground on land which is rural mixed use A2 zoned. The proposed site for the campground is located at Civic number 5734, Highway 358. Ms. Steele's commercial scale farming operation abuts both sides of the proposed campground site. Her farming operation is located both to the north and the south of the proposed campground, and her residence, her home, is located to the south, as is her other family members. In February of 2022, a public information meeting was held with regards to the proposed Scotts Bay campground with regards to its rezoning of the land. Sometime between then and May 2022, it was then determined by the County of Kings Planning that to enable this proposed campground on the A2 zoned land, a development agreement was required. Because of Ms. Steele's concerns regarding the conflict between the proposed campground operation with her commercial scale farming operation, she retained Mr. Gary Morton, who you heard from earlier. She retained him in early 2023. He prepared his May 22nd, 2023 Agricultural Land Use Review Report for Scotts Bay Development on agricultural lands, and you did hear him speak earlier. This report was provided to PAC, it's our understanding. In August of 2023, she retained my firm to help prepare due diligence on the proposed Scotts Bay campground file. In preparing that due diligence, we recommended to them that they prepare a traffic study. And as a result of that recommendation, Harborside Transportation Consultants were retained. Their study was prepared and dated for January 15th, 2024, and we provided this report to both the Planning Department and the Department of Transportation and Public Works. The study was presented by Harborside Transportation Consultants to the County of Kings Planning Department on January 19th, 2024, and it was also presented to the Department of Public Works on February 29th, 2024. In the March 12th PAC Planning Report, dated March 12th, the report addressed vehicular and pedestrian safety issues. The results of the study was not reported to the Planning Advisory Committee, and the concerns that were addressed in that report were not presented to the PAC, which concerns us, as there are serious pedestrian issues out there for the proposed campground site. So in addition to that, since the last time I spoke to you on April 2nd, 2024, our due diligence continues on this file. What we're most concerned about right now is interjurisdictional issues and how they're addressed by the County of Kings Planning Department. With respect to agriculture, we have two main concerns. The first one is the loss of quality farmland, as per Gary Morton's report. The other is the lack of concern for the avian flu. And more specifically, it appears, I'm not certain, that from what was reported, that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, who takes care of and regulates avian flu, was not contacted. Further to this, our understanding is that the provincial agriculture poultry specialist was not contacted in regards to this proposed development, so that there wasn't a review of how this proposed development would impact the farming operations, specifically with respect to the broiler production. With regards to environment and sewage, I'm not going to speak to sewage, but I do want to speak to you about water. I contacted the Department of Environment just to talk to them in general as to what the processes would be with respect to the planning department, any planning department approaching them with respect to proposed development. They explained to me that for a subdivision, like specifically for a subdivision, if the requirement was for more than 23,000 liters per day, then there would be a requirement by the applicant, or sorry, there would be a requirement for the Department of Environment to provide approval with respect to any development. But the thing is, it's very specific to subdivisions, and what potentially has happened is that because it's a very unique development, campsites are unique, it wouldn't qualify as a subdivision. What's further interesting is that I found this Water for Life report, which is a provincial report, and in it, it said that conservative estimates are that on average, we each require 328 liters per day of water. If you multiply that by 400 campers per day, that's 131,200 liters. Let's have that. Let's look at, say, 200 campers. That means approximately 68,000 liters per day. If you look at that, then really the proposed campground site should have had a Department of Environment assessment because it exceeds the demand exceeds the 23,000 liter per day requirement by the Department of Environment. And just out of interest, I didn't know this, but each area in Nova Scotia for the Department of Environment has their own hydrologist who can prepare studies. It was quite interesting. Our other concern, of course, is with the traffic study that was prepared by Harborside Transportation Consultants. There's some serious concerns out there with respect to traffic. That is a very difficult area to navigate just under normal conditions. The concern is great for people just wanting to, as a visitor to a campground, I'd be very drawn to walking across the street and visiting one of our gems in Nova Scotia as far as a tourist area. So again, very concerned about that not being taken more seriously, especially where sidewalks are a municipal responsibility. So I did what every accountant would do. And yes, I am a chartered professional accountant. I read through your municipal planning strategy. It's kind of like reading the Tax Act, really. This is what I read, which really interests me. Part 1, Section 1.1, the regional context, past to present, in quotes, to better plan for the future, it is important to first understand and consider our history. I agree, and I like that. Historic Kings County, Section 1.1-1. The last 25 years have been marked by a strengthening of links between the agricultural base and the food processing industries. Notwithstanding some economic diversification, over 50% of estimated manufacturing sector production continues to be in the meat, poultry, fruit, and vegetable processing, reflecting the dominant natural resource base. Hundreds of farms line the valley floor in the municipality and account for over a third of our provincial farm cash receipts, end of quote. This is so important for you to be paying attention to. We're talking about a campground situated in the middle of a very industrial agricultural center that's been specifically placed there to be outside of and away from the general public, to be isolated. Yet, and you know, if we want to be encouraging agriculture, why are we not? Why are we placing or considering placing a proposed campground in the middle of an agricultural area. Section 1.1-6, Economic Opportunities and Challenges. The municipality is privileged to have a strong agricultural heritage and industry. I agree. Diversified crops offer opportunities within the agricultural industry for new markets, value-added agricultural products, and growing interest in farming through buy local campaigns and agritainment. Demographic and labor issues, however, pose challenges to the agricultural industry, and we all know this. The Umbrella Vision 1.1-7. The municipality has built strong working partnerships over the past 40 years. With these partners, the municipality is driven to sustain a healthy balance between rural and more urban ways of life. Local communities reap the benefits of robust farms and agricultural services, a multifaceted economy, proximity to Halifax, knowledge-based institutions, a world-renowned cultural and environment, and scenic landscapes. It is very scenic out there, without a doubt, Scotts Bay. It's magnificent. And we want to continue to promote robust farms and agricultural services. Agriculture, Section 1.1-9. The municipality has protected important areas of land for future agricultural development and production. The agricultural heritage is enhanced through diversification and innovation in the sustainable use of agricultural land. There is a robust industry which is recognized as a leader in agricultural sector and is characterized by ongoing stability, viability, and best practices. Agricultural priorities are to identify and continue to protect agricultural land, to encourage a diverse blend of adaptive, dynamic farms and farming reflecting a range of sizes, practices, production capabilities, and products, to enable the exchange of knowledge and business practices between established farmers and new farmers, and become leaders in agriculture by creating an environment that supports innovation in a broad range of farming practices, and forge a deeper understanding of agriculture within the community through access to healthy, affordable, locally produced food. And as you heard Mr. Morton before say, we need to eat, and we need to protect this land for that purpose.
Ms. Goros, sorry to interrupt. Are you almost finished?
Nope, but I can finish up. Is my time almost done?
Your time is 5 minutes over.
It is? I've been talking for, oh, well, my apologies.
It's okay.
I would just like to highlight okay, the final thing, and you've heard this already, General Agriculture Policy 3.4-4, Rural Mixed A2, lands located in this zone are intended for a mix of agriculture, residential, and resource uses to enable the agriculture industry expansion, as well as to accommodate rural housing demand. In the event of conflict between agricultural use and non-agricultural use, the agricultural use shall take priority. I also want to say to you, express to you, that the Cape Split Farms Limited operation is not suitable for agritainment as it's defined. There are no pony rides out there. The horses that they're breeding out there are not suitable to that type of environment. So I was also going to refer to the provincial interest guideline.
Statement of interest,
It's already done. I know. Just hang on. I'm almost finished, and I thank you for your patience. So, dear Mayor and Council, I thank you, and in the interests of peace, order, and good government, I ask you to support responsible planning now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goros. Was there anyone else who wished to present? If so, would you just raise your hand? Okay, so just sit down for a second, sir. Yeah, appreciate it. Council has been sitting for 4 hours. New information, a lot of the same information that we've all exchanged with you before has been heard. There has been some new information. There is no doubt in my mind that a council who sat for 4 hours and received not only the information, a lot of which they've already heard, but new information, wants to take the time to prepare an adequate reason for their decision during debate of the question when it comes to the floor. But there's also people here who have not yet had an opportunity to present. So I'm looking for the guidance of my peers around the table, but I'm also I want to be sure that the people who have not been heard can be heard. I think it's not productive for us to go any later, but I could well be overturned left and right here. So I'm looking to folks to chime in if I can find my mouse here. Here are our choices. We can move to the next date, which is the 7th, when we will be meeting as council and complete the hearing. Depending on how many wish to speak, I presume that we would be able to make a decision on that day. Again, depending on how many want to speak. Because again, if new information comes before us, then it's essential that we have all of the information in order to rationalize our positions when we come to debate to make a decision. So I would envisage the 7th as possibly being partially a continuation of the public hearing and partially after the adjournment of the public hearing, the council meeting itself at which a decision would be made, unless we go long into the continued public hearing and we get new information that we have to go back and consider. So I'm happy to hear from any councillor around the table who has an opinion on this. Deputy Mayor?
Just noticing we have 3 items for public hearing on the 7th as well. Do we anticipate lots of engagement on those as well? I'm just curious what we anticipate those 3 items looking like. And I'm just thinking like, okay, so 6 people put their hands up, 10 minutes each is another hour. And I don't think it's reasonable to expect a decision at this hour. We've been here before. Anyone who's been to a public hearing has been here before. When we go late into the night, our ability to make rational decisions diminishes because we've had meetings go till 11 or 12 at night, and then I think we just, that's not good governance. So, but I also respect the fact that there's a lot of people here tonight that still want to speak, and that they've waited a long time. So I see that as also being important. But I don't know that a decision tonight would be fair or the most well-informed one. We're all tired, and our ability to now articulate ourselves, which we're all expected to do before we make a decision, it gets compromised. My bedtime was half an hour ago, so.
What's your position with respect to
I didn't give you one.
continuation on the 7th?
I could probably make it to 11, and that's probably, but I don't know that we should make a decision after that. Is my issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be your position with respect to continuation of the public hearing on the 7th?
I would be fine to do that,
Okay.
and then have the decision on the 7th
All right.
at council.
Thank you. There's one opinion. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of at least allowing the people that gave up their time to attend here tonight at least the opportunity to speak. The decision can be put off, but at a later date, but.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
Can I see the hands again of people who still wish to speak?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, okay.
8. At least
Yeah, I
eight.
was going to say if there was like between 4 and 6, 10 minutes each, I'd say yes, we'll stay and listen to everybody, because I'm not prepared to, I don't feel good about making people go home and come back again on the 7th. And I definitely am not prepared, and I knew it when I came in here before the meeting that I was not prepared to make a decision this evening. I wanted to be able to hear everybody, and I wanted to be able to take that away, be able to watch the tape again, and sort of absorb it all. So I know I'm not going to be making a decision tonight, but if there was maybe 6 people with 10 minutes each, I'm in favor of staying to hear them, just so that they don't have to come back again. If they choose not to.
Thank you. Councillor Harding?
Yes, same with me. I'd like to hear from the people tonight, but 6 or 7 people at 10 minutes would be great. I don't want to make that decision tonight. I'd sooner do it.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Granger?
Mr. Chair, yes, I feel the same way. I'd like to defer to the 7th for a decision, but I would like to hear from the rest of the people this evening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burgess?
I'm just echoing the sentiments of everyone else. If we have a few people with new information, it would be great to hear that information this evening, as long as we keep it as close to 10 minutes as possible. However, I'm not in a position this evening to make a decision. I don't feel like it would be doing our due diligence and giving good governance to the people that have showed up here and have dedicated their time to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I'll get to you in a second. Councillor Killen?
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, would like to hear from the folks that have come tonight, but I'm not prepared to make a decision tonight.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Just gonna say, now I look like a big baby for wanting to go home. So my counselor colleagues have persuaded me that I have what it takes to continue the evening and until everyone's had their say, but like them, I would rather not have to debate the topic this evening after we've heard from everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Davison, if she nods off, you're going to have to...
I know. I just wanted to say through you, Mr. Mayor, is everybody hit their button and I didn't, so I just hit my button.
Yeah,
No, I'm the same way, and obviously we all have long days. Like to hear everybody speak, but I don't think I'm in the mind space to even make a decision for tonight, so hopefully we can do that on the 7th.
Okay, so I take the consensus around the table is that folks again, you're just going to have to line up at the mic, and we're going to hold you strictly to the 10 minutes, if you don't mind, and we'll finish the hearing this evening. Yes, sir. Oh, well, just 1 minute. There you go, I'm sorry.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mike Lightfoot. I live in Lower Wolfville. I'm a 7th generation Annapolis Valley farmer, and I've been involved in local agriculture for over 30 years. I'm here today to share my perspectives on how this proposed development will negatively impact neighboring farming operations directly, contravening Municipal Planning Strategy Policy 2212 and 537. I'd like to begin today by pointing out that Nova Scotia is ranked the highest in food insecurity across the country. Why is this? Society's disconnection from where their food comes from. It's alarming. Food doesn't just come from Walmart and New Minas, it comes from farms, and Kings County is the most important county in Nova Scotia for agriculture. Allowing a development that will negatively impact a well-established farming community is just plain bad policy, bad governance, as it further disrupts and threatens local agriculture and ultimately our provincial food security. I was on the Kings County Federation of Agriculture when Kings 2050 was complicated, but it was contemplated. And the A2 land use variance, the intent was not to saddle the farmers with the burden of defending the right to farm on land protected for that use. In this Scotts Bay case, well over $100,000 has been spent to defend this family's future ability to simply do their jobs and carry out a lifestyle without future conflicts and costly legal disputes over the use of lands intended for agriculture. Reading the Municipal Planning Strategy Section 2212 clearly states the following: in evaluating development proposals, council shall be satisfied the proposal will not negatively impact nearby agricultural operations or contribute to undue conflict with rural residents. Section 537 states that development agreements shall have no negative impacts on neighboring farm operations. Clearly, this should have never passed the first desk. If a municipal planner and staff somehow feel that a campground in very close proximity to a farm is not going to cause a perpetual future conflict, I'm not sure that the importance of agriculture and protecting agricultural lands and the various stresses involved in farming are well understood or respected. If this reality of farmers themselves bearing these types of burdens is somehow normal practice moving forward, perhaps we need to open up the land use policy and a municipal planning strategy and fix them so that farmers don't end up bankrupt defending their right to farm. It's disheartening to see local farmers often pitted against developers with deeper pockets, dividing communities and threatening local agriculture. Think about the potential for conflict inherent in the sheer amount of different people who will frequent a campground, hundreds, possibly thousands annually. Not to generalize, but who tends to camp at these types of campgrounds? People who live in and understand country and rural life, or urban folks wanting a rural nature experience? Rick Boyd, a local campground owner and friend, agrees and has confided in me some of his experiences with conflicts between the campground's close proximity to two neighboring dairy and poultry farms. He deals with many complaints from campground visitors regarding flies, late night noise due to regular farm operations, and smells. In his experience, it has been near impossible to prevent campers from leaving the campground and wandering onto those farm properties, creating both liabilities and negative impacts. I wonder if municipal staff had taken the time to visit and inquire directly about those similar situations firsthand, if they may have provided different advice to the applicants. It's embarrassing. I'm uniquely positioned to speak on this topic as I operate both a major tourist destination and a large intensive farm in close proximity to one another. Myself and my family spend thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours a year addressing complaints from neighbors, visitors, and tourists regarding flies, smells, and other general farm operations. We have invested significantly in signs, gates, and fences, yet neighbors and tourists climb over our fences, ignore our signs, and open our gates. It never stops. We have had to move our pastured animals from the public site to prevent them from walking past warning signs just to take a selfie with a 2,000-pound horned bull. Or the dog that brought onto the property barks and causes sheep to stampede in 30-plus degree weather. Last year, in an attempt to reduce the pressure on our tourist operation and more densely populated community in Lower Wolfville, we moved a poultry barn to a more rural location in Avonport. Already, we have multiple neighbors banding together to complain about smells and flies, many of whom moved here from larger urban centers during the pandemic. We take irate calls from screaming vegans about us murdering our chickens in these facilities. Our children hear this on our answering machine messages. Farmers are under attack from every single angle. A1 and A2 lands are our workplace. They safeguard our food production. How misguided has our society and government become to allow the misuse of very scarce agricultural lands set aside for future expansion and Nova Scotia's food security? Let's ramp up. Let's double Nova Scotia's population and not even consider local food production increases to match those population targets. We're quickly losing the ability to be self-sufficient. During the next major weather event or pandemic, when food shortages are realized again, Walmart won't save us. The U.S. and Ontario will look after themselves first, not defending and protecting farmers' rights by allowing developments like this to occur directly negatively impacts our farming community and ultimately our future ability to feed ourselves as a province. The evidence and testimony shared here again today clearly shows that there is most definitely conflicts and negative impacts on the neighboring farm. Precedence is a heavy weight in these matters. The whole agricultural community is watching this one. Kings County should be agriculture first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lightfoot. Next speaker, please.
Figured I'd better get up here before people get cut off. My name is Lindsay Steele. I own Hustle Farms and Cape Split Farms Limited. I also have my personal residence in here. I have some handouts for council if they want them. If they don't, that's fine too.
You can just give them
Yep.
over there, and he'll arrange distribution after the meeting. Thank you.
I have a toddler and a farm and this, and I didn't get them to Laura in time. I apologize. In my handout, you'll find a letter from Dalhousie University's lead professor in the Equine Science Department and the Animal Science Department that was addressed to Peter Mertart and June Granger.
Yeah, that's been circulated.
Yes. So I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Dalhousie Agriculture. I have a diploma in equine science. I have 2 certifications in stallion management and equine reproduction from Avalon Equine in Oklahoma. I traveled twice over 2 different years to take those training courses. I also have a certificate in mare management and embryo transfer from Oklahoma. I have a Pony Club B level in riding and B2 in stable management, and I also have a certificate from Superhost Atlantic. I was a mountain guide in Lake Louise on horseback one summer. I worked for LB Meek & Son, which is a poultry operation. I worked for Patterson & Son, which is a dairy operation. I've worked for MC Poultry, which is a chicken and breeder operation. I was a nighttime park attendant for 7 years at Blomidon. I was an equine lab instructor at NSAC DAL. I own Hustle Farms and Cape Split Farms. I was the chair of Chicken Farmers of Nova Scotia, which is an elected position. I was also the chair of Chicken Producers Association of Nova Scotia, which is also an elected position. I was on the Kings County Federation of Agriculture. I was on the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture Council of Leaders before it ceased to exist. I am also a member of the Scots Bay Wilderness Society as a director. Cape Split Farm owns Hustle Farms. It is also an independent poultry producer. Hustle Farms is where the Steele family warm bloods is. We have 800 acres in between our different companies. We have had broiler production since before marketing boards existed in 1967. The farm is 5 generations. Cyrus Steele was a founding member of the farm in its current structure. He was also the Kings County Sheriff. Our family has grown potatoes, cabbage, cauliflower, turnip, corn, soybean, grain, and forages, and that's just that I know of. We have forestry operations, and we have woodlot management practices. We support community groups through donation, equipment use, and funding. Steele Family Warm Bloods has anywhere from 10 to 26 horses on the property. We have foals born each year. We sell them in North America and also Europe. We also regularly have stallions on the property. Horses, as you've heard from our vet, have very sensitive hearing and are more sensitive than human. Horses hear and smell at 3 times more than the regular human. They are also flight animals, and they go into blind panic, run through fences, and get hurt. This isn't just about the risk to a horse when it runs blind, but when horses run blind, they run blind. So anything that gets in their way, be it a tent, a camper, a person walking, they will run over top of when they get in man panics. And it may not be something that sends them into a panic that you and I think is reasonable. It could be somebody that slams something on the other side of the tree line that they can't see, that they can hear, and they go. These are not recreation animals that we have. They're breeding livestock. They're not like the ones you see at Bengal Lancers in Halifax. These are horses that are handled enough to be bred and not necessarily handled as pets. Horse breeding livestock tends to be very protective of their young. You can have a mare that is sweet as pie, and the second that she foals, she tries to bite your face off. We house our mare and foals in a field that's actually in front of my house so we can watch them. It is directly adjacent to the property lines of the proposed development and not in the circled area that Laura had circled on the screen. Tourists love horses. We have a big sign that says biosecurity, do not enter, next to one of our horse pastures. And guess what? Every summer we look out and there's people trying to chase our young stock, which is by the road, around trying to take selfies with them. Horses have been killed by tourists. Horses have been killed by dogs. Horses could also easily kill other things like dogs and people trying to protect their young. Tourists don't mean to cause problems. They just simply lack the knowledge, and they go with what they see in social media. A tourist in the United States fed a wild foal an apple. It choked to death over several days due to the anatomy of a horse. In England, horses have been chased off cliffs from people trying to take selfies with them, and the horses run panically because it's not somebody they know as being familiar, and it's a scary thing when you have some wild person running up to you and chasing you when you're a flight animal. Horses are very sensitive to loud noises and fireworks. Loud noises can also cause piling in barns. We've heard from Mike Lightfoot about a campground in Grand Prairie. I talked to the chicken producer who's on the other side of that campground. He has had issues with smoke in his barn. He has issues with birds piling due to fireworks. He has had fights with catchers. In 2022 in Canning, a horse was being brought in on New Year's Eve by its owner, being led with a halter, a show horse. The neighbor let off fireworks before dusk. The horse blindly panicked, ran, broke its legs, and had to be euthanized. This is not a unique situation. All you have to do is a Google search, and you will see this all over Canada, the US, England, everywhere. Avian influenza. A lot of people have been talking about wild birds. What I haven't heard anybody mention is skunks, raccoons, hawks, fox that dominate the cases as of late. If you go on CFIA's mapping and tracking for avian influenza, circle the Maritimes and bring up the 60 latest cases, you'll get, I think I went in 20 before I found an actual wildfowl that wasn't a skunk, wasn't a hawk, wasn't a fox. Dairy cows are now emerging as the new wild card. At first they thought they were getting it from feces that is manufactured into dairy feed. Now they're finding it's traveling from cow to cow. 900 people have tested positive for avian influenza in the world. What some people don't know is the death rate is 50% of those known cases. The CDC estimates, should it become human to human, they expect the mortality rate to be between 14 and 30%. Waterfowl tend to be vectors, but skunks and foxes and scavengers carry it as well. And skunks and scavengers are attracted to campgrounds. It has nothing to do with swimming pools. Avian influenza is in our province. There's been 2 positive cases in Scotts Bay of wildfowl. It was a goose and I think a loon picked off the beach in Scotts Bay. We've had a turkey farm in June of 2022 where 12,000 turkeys died in the barn from avian influenza. This year already, there has been 2 quarantine zones in Bridgewater area of commercial farmers, affecting 5, from avian influenza outbreaks in small flocks. When those commercial quarantine zones are in effect, the farmer has to require CFIA permits and vet inspections to move the birds in and off the farm and limit all traffic flow. The domestic death rate in chickens is 95 to 100% in 48 hours. Can you imagine checking your barn and coming in the next day and finding almost all your chickens dead? The economic impact of avian influenza is between $3 and $5 billion, estimated by the USDA. In Canada, CFIA estimates it to be $2 billion so far this year. There has been several wild birds tested positive, and skunks and foxes in the Canning-Blomidon area, and the threat of mutation to human is serious. But the threat to my operation of attracting scavengers in the middle of my farm is even more serious to me.
So you're almost at the end now?
Yes.
Okay.
My farm contributes 1 day every 8 weeks to EVP. That's 500 employees' wages for 1 day. If you work that out over the year, that's 10 employees at EVP that my farm directly employs. I want to talk about the Nova Scotia Department of Agriculture. I contacted them regarding this development, and as we were told earlier, they have no concerns. In this presentation, you will find an email from the Nova Scotia Department of Agriculture where they say they were only contacted on a brief overview of avian influenza, and it was not about conflicts or concerns about my farm. The poultry specialist was never contacted, and there were no further inquiries. There was also a Freedom of Information access request into the Department of Agriculture. A lot of people talk about fencing and putting up fencing. I got a quote for fencing the 3.5 kilometers that our properties share. It was $910,000 for the worst case and $750,000 on the cheapest rate that I could find from the 2 companies that offer installing of that type of fencing for perimeters. This is not chain link, this is like a deer fence. I'm not opposed to campgrounds. I'm not opposed to development in my community. It's simply the location. If these people, when they came up with this idea, had come to the community and policies were followed, we wouldn't be here. The Scalings are nice people. I have met with them. I did try to work with them and maybe do something in agritourism or assist them in some other way that a development would not be as invasive on the community, and we're here. There have been children that have died in this province from trespassing in fields, walking dogs innocently, and my fields abut this property with no physical barrier. I could go on for hours, but unfortunately that's not the time we have. But I want for a no vote to happen, not because that's in my best interest, but that's in the best interest of expanding farm operations in Scotts Bay. I don't want the Scalings to be discouraged if there is a no vote. I would like them to go back to the drawing board and involve the community and hopefully find a development that would suit the area, that everybody can be happy and they can still have a social enterprise. But this specific proposal is not the right one for that location. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Yeah, we're just lining up, so whoever gets there first. Oh, good, okay.
You can't see.
Not very well, no.
So you might want to tip that mic down just a bit.
So I'm going to be very brief.
Okay.
Thank goodness, hey. Hello, my name is Sharon Atwell, and I live in Wolfville Ridge. To begin with, I want to make it clear that I do not own property in Scotts Bay, nor do I personally know anyone in Scotts Bay before I developed an interest in their rezoning issue. In fact, I have much I have a much stronger and longer connection with the applicant. However, in the Wolfle Ridge, as Wolfle Ridge residents, like so many others that have come before you with rezoning issues, we have developed deep and unfortunate experiences in common. And that common experience is growing deeper and wider among the Kings County residents. I've cut out a lot of things here. We are all in this together, all of us, that want to grow food for our families, for families to farm like Dubbro, and those like Merck's in Kings County. We could all be proud of saying we feed ourselves and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, your roof is leaking and the ceiling is about to fall down. The lube is the loophole to all the efforts made in the MPS. The lube is like a house with a very leaky roof. Water will always find the path of least resistance, and the lube is exactly that. It is vague, suggestive, and open to interpretation in the moment. But by whom and when and why the interpretation is being done is the question. At our URB hearing, we discovered that somewhere in the planning department, they are able to decide what is relevant information to pass along. Please allow me to remind you that we do not elect the planning department. If we did, perhaps the residents would have a better voice, and they would have better ears to hear us with. Ridge Road residents do not know what is best for Scotts Bay, but they do. It needs to be acknowledged that the people who live in a community and understand the needs of their community better than anyone else. They know better who and what they want to be, and each community is unique in character, and their residents of the people that live there have themselves created that uniqueness. To date, what I have experienced, seen, and heard indicates that the people, the taxpayers, and the residents of Kings County are repeatedly going unheard. Time and time again, this council is hearing challenges to their planning department rezonings and decisions. No matter how many times this room is filled, no matter what arguments or reasons or concerns are put forth, they are all going unheard and ignored. All of this resulted in an extraordinary number of petitions to URB from this county, and will continue to do so until some major changes are made in the existing systems and they are corrected. And that this council and its planning department recognizes that we elect you, the council, to ensure our interests are carried out, not the other way around. Public engagement is seriously flawed, so much so that it is called that so-called public information letters sent out are often misdirected. A good many of ours were sent to residents in the town of Wolfville, a completely different municipality. Some were sent to Horton Ridge, another completely different community with a ridge road, not even geographically connected to us. There are many ridge roads in this county and others in other counties as well. There is a long list of items that need to be addressed in regards to public engagement. That list is far too great to go into here, but it needs to be said that when residents say they have concerns, it is most likely a genuine concern. I can tell you that we in Wolfville Ridge are now suffering with the living with the consequences of going unheard, and now living with many of our fears and concerns becoming reality, with more of that to come. The tensions and the distrust in our community is palatable. I have seen this to be true in other areas with their concerns were raised as well. And I am sure it will be no different for Scotts Bay. I am therefore asking you to leave the folks to their own resources to work out what needs to be done and work out what will work for them. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Ms. Atwell.
Hello. My name is Andrea Schwenke-Weil. I live at 986 Ridge Road. I have found it an honor to listen to all the amazing speakers this evening. If you can, I hope you have heard them. And I distinctly instruct you to vote no. I don't see really how else you could vote some other way. I'm amazed, having been told in our own case that there is no way to have a development agreement if you live in A2, but somehow it's possible in Scotts Bay, so maybe there's some money talking. Mostly what I want to come up and say is that should you vote yes, I want you to know explicitly that I do not consent to have you using my tax dollars, and I'm sure no one in this room would really consent to employ a lawyer who is going to insult, mock, and humiliate the good people who will undoubtedly appeal your decision to the NSURB, and to insult, likewise, their experts when you decide to allow the campground. The lawyer will absolutely mock soil classification, though many people have spoken about it tonight. Many of the things we were assured would never happen are absolutely happening on the ridge. There was talk of flooding today. Well, there are plenty of cases where people have experienced flood damage after a development has gone in, and they've been told, oh no, the county can't do anything about it, you're gonna have to sue them. Well, most people don't have the means to that. So really, the development and planning needs to get a whole lot better, and certainly the engagement process is completely upside down. However, I'm going to end on a positive note and congratulate you, because really I want to come up here and say, after listening to people, you should really go home and sleep on it before you vote, which is your normal practice. So I congratulate you that we have kept you here so long that that's what you're going to do, and that way you get some time to actually think about and process the many, many good points that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Teresa Steele. There's two quick points I want to make before I get into my speech, but I wanted to just say to councillors that this room is way more than 75 feet. So we're talking probably from that wall to about here, maybe. That's the distance that you want to put a campground from my farm. Point. The other point I want to make before I start is, what was this? Oh gosh. Oh, yes. The developer was in the very beginning, you've probably forgotten all about it, mentioned something about us using wood furnaces, and we haven't used wood furnaces in the poultry barns in over 10 years. So I want that corrected. So anyway, so good. I'm Teresa Steele. I live at 5682 Highway 358, and I'm a farmer and an equestrian, and I am a retired DNR worker that worked 11 years nights at Bloomington Park. But I want to talk to you, I want to shift back to traffic concerns, and specifically in regard to the location of this development application. First, a little history. Since this was all announced, many local citizens were shocked that this location would ever be considered because of the entrance location, when it's directly in that S-shaped corner that has poor visibility, and it's extremely dangerous to pedestrians that will have to cross there to get to Wharf Road, which leads directly to the beach. So for a few years, we've been trying to sound the alarms and draw people's attention to this, that there's definitely a serious safety issue on this location. The citizens themselves who live here would never consider crossing there. When they go to the beach, they cross hundreds of feet before they get that corner, or if they're coming the other direction before they get there. So north and south is of that corner, that's where they would cross. If someone's just going for a walk and has to go through there, they are forced onto private properties on neighbors' lawns and to try to get through there safely. There is just no room. So many people have had close calls walking there. So what do we do as concerned citizens? We're kind of not getting any attention, so we hired a drone operator. We had some amazing pictures and put together a document, but you're not going to get to see that, because after weeks of working on that, it still became clear to us that the planning department wouldn't make any recommendations based on local experiences and knowledge. So after some sleepless nights and discussions, it was decided we needed to hire a professional engineer to investigate and come up with recommendations. We actually hired the firm Ms. Coronas is involved with to do research and to search out the highest qualified and respected traffic engineer in Nova Scotia. A firm or person that had to have impeccable credentials beyond reproach. That firm was indeed Harborside Transportation Consultants of Darkness, and who spoke earlier, Mr. Michael McDonald, who's the president, and he's a professional engineer with 26 years experience, and Florence Allaire, who has a Master in Science degree in engineering and has been a professional engineer for 8 years. Both of them, their seals are on this report. So it was handed to Harborside, the application, and I don't know anything about traffic. I asked them to just produce a traffic study. And what they came up with was a detailed, professional, and somewhat shocking evidence that there is indeed serious safety issues with that location. Most of you have probably seen that report, so I'm not going to go into details or talk too much about it, because there's a lot of stuff in it, and really, it's over my head, but the suggestions is for councillors, though, if you pick that up, to read the conclusions and the recommendations starting on page 30 to 37. So now I want to talk to you about the Department of Public Works and their procedure or lack of. The Municipality of Kings Planning Department have a rule that they only consider a traffic impact assessment if it's provided by the Department of Public Works, I believe. So the Department of Public Works, they have guidelines that state they are not required to do a traffic impact if the traffic count in the area is less than 5,000 cars a day. So basically, under 5,000 cars daily, they don't have to do one. But here's the kicker. It's at the discretion of the local Department of Public Works area manager whether to do one or not. So the studies are expensive. This $5,000 daily car limit, this is what the government uses to help fray not doing one, the cost, and to try to encourage development in rural areas, which totally makes sense, doesn't it? If this application for development was any other location in Scotts Bay, there would not be a need for any kind of detailed professional study, but that's not the case in this location. So the report was produced, and in presenting it to Planning and Department of Public Work, they're using this 5,000. They didn't have to do it, so they're not looking at it. And why is that? Because if you look at this TIA, The findings stop the development dead in its tracks. I'm not sure if you really understood what Mr. McDonald was saying. It does not meet provincial guidelines for required sight lines to access or exit the developer's property safely. The traffic engineer studied 3 different possibilities of access. There's a very small road frontage, and none of them met. There was 3, and those were the only 3 possibilities. None of them met the provincial guide. So the next area of concern, and this is probably the most important, was the pedestrian traffic. This is an area that Department of Public Works do not make recommendations regarding sidewalks. It is totally the responsibility of the county. Department of Works do not make comments or recommendations when it comes to sidewalks, not whether they should exist or not. So it is absolutely reasonable that councillors have a right to hear any remarks, a study, or recommendations from a highly regarded professional traffic engineer when they make conclusions regarding sidewalks. Just to be clear, sidewalks in this location are absolutely 100% needed for the safety of pedestrians. Sidewalks will be required to reach Wharf Road. Sidewalks along Wharf Road down to the beach may be required, but they were not part of the study. So councils must be aware that according to the MPS, there must be assurances that there be no undue negative financial impact to the municipality as a result of a proposal. The municipality of Kings are responsible for the construction and maintenance of sidewalks and crosswalks. I kind of heard that the developer was thinking about offering shuttling as a way to get by this, and it does not come close to solving any problems. And in fact, if that is what they're thinking, it may even add serious issues.
Ms. Steele, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're almost finished.
Okay. In fact, many campers and visitors will want to walk to the beach, specifically with dogs, strollers, and just for exercise. You cannot force people to shuttle or wait for a shuttle. People will be crossing all hours, day and night, and even in the wee hours of the morning, trying to stuff 100 people into a shuttle to drive through a dangerous curve with inadequate sight lines has created an unsafe situation for passengers. Campers will not want to go in a shuttle that's going to go 500 feet. It's just ridiculous. That's all I'll say. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Steele.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and staying. I won't be long.
I'm just going to ask you to give your name and address.
Oh, yes. My name is Claudia Wilk. I live at 5060 Highway 358, South Scotts Bay. We just bought property here in 2021 to retire. And the idea of a 100-site campground in the middle of Scotts Bay was quite unsettling and shocking. It's a good idea, but inappropriate location, and I'm perplexed that it has come this far. After reviewing the Municipal Planning Strategy Bylaw 105, as it clearly states in 2.7-6, campgrounds are high-impact recreation uses, carry unacceptable negative impacts on neighbors such as excessive noise or require permanent structures or land alterations. Campgrounds and other similar uses are high-impact recreation uses that have predictable impacts. Commercial recreation P1 zone provides some opportunity for high-impact uses, though businesses may wish to locate in other appropriate areas. And this was right out of your bylaw 105. I just wanted you to be aware that that's there, and thank you for the opportunity. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir.
My name's David Bain. I live on Baines Road, just outside of Canning.
Would you, and the table goes up too.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm David Bain. I live on Baines Road outside of Canning, just outside of Canning. I'm a former resident of Scotts Bay for 10 years, and I love the place. I want to start before my little speech here is just say it's frustrating to see what an incredible job the people of Scotts Bay have done, because this is your job. A decision is being formalized by this council tonight, which has the ability to change the very fabric of the village of Scotts Bay through a group of unproven, inexperienced developers. Never mind that the proposed campground will negatively impact the precious farmland that the latest MPS was purposely designed around to protect. This was the purpose of that MPS. It's clear. Whichever way the council votes tonight, we need to remember that this council has never chosen to make any attempt to assess the effect this relatively massive development would have on the health and well-being of this agricultural, 250-year-old amazing community of Scotts Bay. Requiring that a community impact assessment be undertaken should of course be considered as an even more important requirement than assessing a sewer plant when such potentially highly impactful development is proposed for a community. Unfortunately, it does not appear the municipal planning department or this council are even aware of the concept of considering the well-being of individual communities. I have a long email exchange with the planning department, which is almost farcical in its demonstration of how totally unconsidered the health and well-being of our communities is by this planning department. This issue is only compounded by this council repeatedly not meeting its obligations regarding adequate community engagement as required by this council's own governing document, the Municipal Planning Strategy. The reason I'm speaking tonight is that for me, Scotts Bay is a truly special community, which will always be important to me. And I recently experienced a similar situation in Canning, where this same council voted a unanimous yes to a development which would allow a more than doubling of the population of Canning in less than 5 years. And again, this was done without once conducting any formal consideration to the effect of the massive scale of the development on the health and well-being of the Canning community, just as now happening for Scotts Bay. So it appears to be a clear pattern that this council is indifferent to considering the impacts of relatively massive developments on the well-being of the communities they are imposing them on. These development agreements, under which very large-scale, impactful projects are proposed, despite the impression this council gives, in fact, you can allow for council to impose whatever reasonable requirements they consider are important. I will come back to this point, but what is important to remember is that firstly, this council must believe that the well-being of our communities is important enough to be considered. Thankfully, the Municipal Planning Strategy, or MPS for short, one of the governance documents these council members were elected under and are required and expected to abide by, contains the Community Engagement Strategy, or CES, which is a creation of concerned community members working together with previous councils over many years. Thankfully, the CES allows the protection of the health and well-being of our communities through the will of the community members when the proposed developments have the potential to be highly impactful to the affected communities. But there is no CES anymore because this council so inappropriately oversaw the removal of the CES from the MPS directly after Canning residents appealed the decision of council to the UARB more than 1 year ago. This is how this council has shown its respect for community engagement, simply removing any meaningful ability for communities to have any control over their own futures, even as the very fabric of their community is put at risk through the indifference of this very same council. The decision by the UARB to allow the decision of council for the Canning development to stand was very helpful to make it absolutely clear that this council has a very, very wide latitude to say white is black and black is green when council is deciding on planning proposals, which are impactful enough to require a development agreement. The UARB makes it clear that a great deal of latitude is given to council for the interpretation of regulations and not opposing opinions of concerned community members. So in general, the UARB gives a wide latitude to council when council is deciding what the regulations mean. But even then, the UARB understands that council must reasonably abide by the regulations. And council most certainly did not abide by the intention of the CES when considering the highly impactful Canning development proposal. But this brings us to the item that the UARB used as a starting place for their decision to not require this council to abide by the CES found in our MPS, which is found in Part 1, Section 1.2 of the MPS, and amounts essentially to a get-out-of-jail-free card for accountability for decisions by council, and translates to sorry, I lost my place. Yeah. Sorry. Wherever in the MPS that the word shall requires council to follow the intent of the MPS, this does not actually mean council must. It means more of a maybe, if council so chooses. The essential point is that this little disclaimer allows council to choose to do whatever it feels is appropriate, even to the extreme of not abiding by the clear intent of the community engagement strategy. But the very important flip of this statement is that it also makes it abundantly clear that this council can choose. It's within your ability to impose almost any reasonable requirements they feel are warranted within a development agreement. But the sad reality is that you choose not to. And you represent us. Which brings me to a point of realization. This council, whether through ignorance or indifference, is simply refusing to consider the health and well-being of the communities they are entrusted to protect. It seems it is no longer possible to trust them with our communities. Instead, people must be willing to fight for what they believe in. I hope Scotts Bay appeals this decision to the UARB if council votes yes tonight. But perhaps realistically, the only real way to fight the indifference of this council is through the upcoming election this November. This can be a real chance for District 1 to elect a councillor who will be willing, able, and ready to stand up for the communities of District 1. Even in the small community of Scotts Bay, I know people who seem capable of being excellent leaders while also offering stewardship for all the communities of District 1. This would at least be an important start, and I can only surmise that communities in Districts 2 through 9 are having similar experiences. But even one strong, principled individual can make a real difference. Sometimes we are required to stand up and demand what is rightfully ours. But in this case, we just need to go to the polling station and tick a box. As long as some good, capable people are willing to offer themselves to do the work, people do need to do the work and be willing to take on responsibility. But without this happening, it does not appear we can be safe from the indifference of this present council towards the health and well-being of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, if he was the last, that would have been appropriate, but just hold your applause, please. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm Tyler Jordan. I'm here representing the Kings County Federation of Agriculture. And there's been a lot of good points, so I won't take a lot of time going over those points again. We're here, of course, to advocate for the protection of agriculture. And once it's gone, it's gone. And quite frankly, we see the potential here as members have come to us countless times before to identify that, you know, having a development like this next to an existing agricultural operation is going to create conflict and interfere with the day-to-day operations of the farm itself or the business. And quite frankly, we're not against the development. We think it's a great idea. We just do not feel that, given the close proximity, that it is a good idea. I thank you all for your time, and it's been a late night. Good night.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Last chance. Anybody else who wishes to speak to the application? If not, then you've all, this table included, put in a good long evening. We appreciate your input. We want to take the time to give it consideration. And the next time council will meet, this is not council, this is a public hearing. The next time council will meet is on the 7th, and this item will be on the agenda for decision at that time. I declare the public hearing adjourned. Thank you for your attendance.